Scars That We Carry. Naruto fanfic. Prologue. Her little heart sank to its bottomest low. Every breath she took was suffocating. She couldn't and wouldn't loosen her grip that barely covered 3 fingers of the dead lying in front of her. The night was as red as the blood that covered her uncle's body. She was lost, she was broken, and the only sanity left in her kept replaying his final words. Forgive him. It's not his fault. He never meant to hurt you, and I love you, my Mitsuki. Between all the tears and blood, something was loud enough to temporarily snap her out of her frazzled state. A scream, a woman's wail that filled the silent night. Her voice so familiar that before she knew it, the girl was running towards the house. She realized her uncle was killed, that she was now alone. She could feel the depression rising and fear crawling back and her senses slowly shutting down. I remember that day. It was a couple days or weeks after my uncle had died. I was confused about everything. I was trying to make my sense of it all. I knew I had to head towards Konoha. It turns out I was going the wrong way the whole time. Then I saw him. He looked nothing like I remembered. A lot happened back then. I lost people I cared about, not only my uncle, but a few friends as well. You would never know with my personality how much I had to go through and how much it still hurts. Well, my uncle always told me, you have to be the moon of your own darkness. Our past, memories, families, friends, the people we encounter along the way. Even the pain we endure to please others. This is who we are. We are all marked. What to look forward to. She ran. She ran for a long time. She ran until she was exhausted and out of breath. Soon her pace slowed into limp, slow steps towards no specific destination. She wandered deeper into the forest, entangling her mind in more despair. Her legs ached, and finally giving in to the pain, she fell. She tripped over her own feet, scraping her elbow and soiling her face. Tears poured down rapidly. She had lost everything and everyone she had ever loved. How can he say that? She whined, digging her nails into the ground beneath her. How can he say that it was my fault? She said, wiping away her tears roughly. It's not my fault uncle is dead. She yelled, slamming her fist on the ground at either sides of her. It is not my fault the Uchihas are all gone, she said in anguish, tears unrestrained from their parade. He can't do this to me, he can't. I'm his daughter, her voice softened as the thought of her father. She struggled to get to her feet. This isn't far enough. She says, her voice no louder than a whisper. I need dash. With one agonizing push, she achieved her goal, until ultimately she wouldn't have the strength to move. Her body was covered in bruises. Her shirt, face and hands were stained with blood. The bag that she carried weighed more than she had the strength to handle, but she couldn't stop. She refused to stop. Everything that happened that night left a gaping hole in her chest. An unforgettable moment that had her world crash in front of her. Her world was perfect before this. Her world was a tragic nightmare before that. For 3 years she had lived a life she never could have dreamt of. A life where she was free to be herself, a kid. Just her. A normal life. That's all she ever wanted. All she ever needed. All that disappeared. All in a span of few moments. Nothing was ever at peace before she was 5. Nothing could be at peace when she was almost completely disowned by her own parents. Nothing and everything taught her so much. So much that she knew that all the bruises, the cuts were all but temporary. The torture of losing, the illusion of healing, the scars embedded on her heart were not going to fade. Not until she did. And everything taught her that she must continue to fight for what she has left. She finally came to a clearing. Her whole upper body had given in and was solely dependent on her legs for strength. She collapsed on the ground. Her aching limbs, grateful. Blood smeared on her clothes, tears glistened in her eyes, and a merciless weight rested upon the heart in her chest. Does he hate me that much? Am I really that worthless to him? To both of them? Don't they care what happens to me? Will they ever care? As she wondered, her soul started drowning in darkness. Her face expressionless. No. She had given up. She had nowhere to go. Nowhere to stay. No family that wanted her. She left the compound with some money, gold coins, and anything she could pack into her bag. She managed to pack some clothes, food, and books along with her uncle's notebook. She was his only immediate successor to all his belongings, therefore everything was rightfully hers. Once dawn broke after that horrid night, she realized they were looking for her. She knew nothing good would come if she chose to stay. The crazy part was, in those minutes, she had turned a blind eye to all the dead, ignored the red-painted streets, the burnt houses, and the grey rising of another day. She acted for herself. A selfish act that saved her from a fate worse than death. The entire day was spent crying. She didn't eat anything, didn't speak a word to any passers-by who cared enough to ask about her state, rather than just glare, fear, or even curse her due to her raddled, frightening and splashed with red exterior. But that didn't matter to her, at least not then. She felt, within those moments where everything disappeared in a flash of crimson, a part of her disappeared with it. Her eyes were full of lost hope. Her hair begging for attention. Her skin pale as the white shirt she wore and just as stained as the blood that had spread across her face. She was a mess. A little, unruly mess, but moreover, what mattered most was how she felt. Empty. She was quivering from fatigue. Eyes swollen. She was left in a pathetic state for all to pity. As night came, she had calmed down. With heavy eyes, her vision fell thankfully to the ground. An average-sized stone took half of her focus. Her mind couldn't decide what to do, stay at that spot and let herself go, or get up and keep walking, eventually collapsing of exhaustion or dying of starvation, whichever came first. She decided that her first option. Is he up there with the stars? With my happiness? She asked, remembering something he once told her. She gazed upward towards the starry sky for hours. She could hear a cricket chirping in the distance. Peace prevailed all around her. Peace? She took in the air, the scene. I hate this, she said, plainly. Why? Why is everything so normal? So calm, so peaceful, so like it? She paused, sniffing in her tears. Like nothing ever happened. She continued. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it so much, she said in annoyance. Nothing has changed, I feel terrible. Everything hurts. Why did he have to go? Why am my uncle? What did he ever do to him? He's my uncle, he shouldn't have left me. He's all I had. He said he would never leave me. Nothing makes sense. Gah. Letting out a cry. She groaned in anger and frustration, banging her fists. He's my uncle. Why did you take him from me? Why? Why attach it? She breathed. Of course, no one answered. Time passed slowly, she closed her eyes and continued to take in the smell and sound of the night. All the while questioning the simple glimpse of the event that took place at the Uchiha compound. Questions formed more questions, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. She woke up at sunrise. Her night was a restless one. Not even her dreams would grant pity on her. Nightmares kept her awake through most of the night. Having hardly 2 hours sleep, her red swollen eyes fell down at her clothes. I can't wear these. Her lips pouted, wanting to cry, but not able to. She knew she couldn't stay in that one spot forever. No matter how much she wished it. She knew that's not what her uncle would have wanted, but exactly what he would. He would want her to die there. Then all would be right in the world once again, nothing else would matter. His biggest mistake, as far as she could understand, was her being born. But, regardless of what he meant to her, she wasn't one to let him win or lose. How could she? He was her father after all. I have to change. Where can I? I am all in the open. She looked around her surrounding, she couldn't find one decent place. Walking further into the forest, she searched, but the deeper she went, the more lost she became. After changing, she held the blood-stained shirt and took a second to try to recall all that had happened that night. She sat there blank-faced, her eyes shifted from left to right in a steady motion, waiting for her memory to show her something. Nothing. She remembered nothing. Nothing besides standing next to her uncle while he spoke to her for the last time. It was the last time he called her Mitsuki. A name she was never too fond of, but at that point she would give anything just to hear him call her by that name one last time. All because of Itachi. She once again started thinking about that night. Where was I? How did it happen? Why did it happen? Her gaze hardened on her shirt, on the royal stains. All that blood belonged to her uncle, someone who loved her more than she ever thought possible. She wiped a tear from her face and carelessly dug a hole in the ground to bury the shirt in. This is all I can do for you. I'm sorry, uncle. Inhaling deeply. She had decided. She knew she wouldn't be able to survive alone. She was a kid who couldn't do anything for herself, not even fight for herself. She came to the conclusion to head somewhere she could train and get stronger. If anything, she knew those two factors would be her only hope of survival, and she knew of one such place, Konohagakure. Weeks had passed from the time she set off for the Leaf Village. Little did the girl know she was already set in the Leaf Village within the borders of the compound. Taking the wrong route through the dirt path left her miles away from the Leaf. I'm lost, she said in defeat, hanging her head low and tossing her bag beside a nearby bush. We must not leave any trace. Understood. A disembodied voice commanded. Her ears shot towards the voice. Determining where it came from, she peered through the bushes, and in the distance, a group of people, years older than herself, stood near a huge boulder near a mountain. The group got larger as the minutes went by. They didn't move from that spot. It was like they were waiting. A couple minutes later, he arrived, not just any random old Itachi. Her eyes widened, heart raced through her chest. Seeing him with all those other people, weird-looking people, she thought, had her with mixed feelings. What is he doing here with them? Who are they? She began to examine every detail of the once-known friend and now practically a stranger. An uncomfortable feeling went through her whole body. A feeling that would be described by most as hate, but it was something more gentle than that. Maybe because of her age, she didn't quite understand the suitable emotion to feel. Yet, she didn't take her eyes off the shadow of a person she once cared for like a brother. The longer she stared at him, the more she could remember. Finally it all came back. He, nor any other person, noticed her. Her fragile state ascertained that. They vanished through the boulder, which seemed to be the entrance of a cave. When they all were out of sight, she stepped out of the bush, rushed to the spot they once were, completely forgetting her bag behind. She was curious. She wondered then on more things imaginable. She was trying to put two and two together. There were so many questions popping in her head. Answers. She needed answers, and some could be found behind that big boulder which was blocking the way to the cave. Though, the biggest hurdle she had to overcome was how she would enter undetected. During the time she was living with her uncle, she would read many books, horror, fantasy, mystery, fairy tales, and several jutsu scrolls. It was out of habit that she would train so much, given as it was required by her clan, and it was out of interest that she wanted to get better and stronger. There was only one flaw to the obvious plan. She was very feeble, to put it lightly. So, any plan of trying to push or break the boulder was out of question. Then she remembered. She stood straight in front of the entrance, closed her eyes, focused, and then performed the first real jutsu ever taught to her. A jutsu that took her 2 years to learn. Suna no Tsubain, she said, and was immediately sucked into the ground and resurfaced into the cave in a corner behind several rocks. I'm in, her hands immediately cupped over her mouth, reflexively. Did you hear that? A blonde-haired man questioned, turning in the girl's direction. She immediately ducked to avoid being noticed. It's all in your head, another's voice commented. A chill ran down her spine. I'd better get out of here. This was a bad idea. They all look super scary, and see our dash. Suddenly she was pulled and grabbed by her arm, practically hanging feet from the ground. The girl struggled in his grasp, which only tightened at her pitiful attempts to free herself. Who are you? The man, who looked a lot like a strange fish, asked plainly, narrowing his eyes at the dainty thing in his hands. Kisame, let her go, a voice said in command. It was the same voice who addressed the group before she snuck in. Who keeps speaking? Her gaze turned to her captor. This man is so ugly. The girl was thrown to the ground, scoffing before getting to her feet, and pushed forward, passing every member there. She then realized something. Itachi is the only normal one here. And up close the rest are weirder and creepier than I thought. How did you get in here? His voice caught in suspicion. She just stood there, staring at someone enveloped by the darkness, rejecting light's grace. She squinted her eyes trying to get a look at his face, but no such luck. All he was a disembodied figure that she had to answer to, for the time being. Surprisingly enough, she was calm, given her situation. Is it important for you to know? She asked, tilting her head to display some innocence and curiosity. Her nervousness made her bold. She would just speak carelessly. A chuckle could be heard coming from the person to her left, the same blonde man. Her face immediately turned to glance for his reason. If you want to live. The blonde one grinned. Well, of course I want to live, but these people are dangerous and pretty not smart. They were waiting for her to continue. Why are we wasting time with her? We should kill her. Itachi insisted. His voice cold and calm, indifferent and painful for her tiny ears to bear. Nervousness soon turned into quick decision-making. She needed to figure out a way to survive the situation she got herself into. He wants me dead. Her feelings for him were conflicted, but she knew dealing with scary-looking and dangerous people was never good. So she had to be strong and put on her best tough face. She turned looking towards him. I was going to say I want to live, but you will have to promise me if I tell you, you will let me leave. She spat, folding her arms across her chest. We are not going to be negotiating with a 5-year-old. The one called Kasame scoffed. I'm 7, she pouted. I have to get out of here before they really do kill me. She slowly paced back to the boulder. Anyways, you know the fun part of being 7. She grinned, then started running, gathering her chakra, focusing. Suna no Tsubain. She didn't escape. She was grabbed from behind at her collar by Itachi. Let me go, she protested, swinging her arms around violently, squirming in his grip. He brought her back to where she was standing formally in front of the faceless figure, as she called him. She focused mainly on Itachi. You know, you should have just killed me. She huffed, once again folding her arms in front of her. This will be quick, Kasame grinned, entertaining the idea. He cocks a brow, looking down at a weird scaled sword. Seems like the brat has enough chakra to make Samahata hungry. Kasame, with that, a command to seize any further actions without the faceless figure's permission. Then he continued by addressing the little girl, you must think we're evil. He read my mind. Sure looks like it from where I'm standing. She said, turning her head away. She took a few steps back, just to be met by a very tall Itachi glowering down at her. She turned to him just for a second before her head shifted to face the faceless figure as he began to speak. Sometimes things are done against ourselves or our better judgment to achieve what we had always strived for. He said plainly. He continued on about sacrifice for peace. Good is not good without bad. And other motivational words. Her head had already turned to face his voice. She stood there staring with widened eyes full of wonder and what seemed like hope, like she has seen the world for the first time in a new light. As if his words had opened a whole new world to her. Her eyes filled with inspiration. What does strive mean? She asked, furrowing her eyebrows and letting her lower lip pout. He ignored the question. What are you doing here? He asked, slightly annoyed by her ignorance. What do you mean? She seemed more confused than ever. Are you headed somewhere? Oh. I'm going to Konoha, she said with a smile. Laughter filled the voices of those that fitted their owners. The rest remained serious. Conan, he called out. Yes. A blue-haired lady replied. She had short hair and a paper flower on her head. She was tall and wore a cloak. Like everyone in that group, it was black and had a red cloud printed on it. Take her as far as you can till sunset towards Konoha, then explain her the rest of the way. She looked at him for a while. She seemed confused. But she looked unsure. Her lids lowered obediently. Yes, she let in a deep inhale, reasoned herself, and so she agreed. It could have been the girl's age. It could have been her innocence. He probably didn't see her as a threat. It could have been anything. He could have had other plans for her. Whatever the reason, the faceless figure decided to free her. Celebration. The girl left with the lady, Conan. All the while she thought of nothing else besides the memory that struck her the moment she saw Itachi. 3 weeks back. He's finally done it, the girl grinned to their walk towards Uchiha Fugaku's home. Sitting upon her uncle's shoulders, she could hardly contain her excitement. I'm going to eat so much cake and food, and I'm going to play a lot. Ooh. I can't wait. Hurry, uncle. Okay, my Mitsuki. Hold on tight. Her uncle instructed. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around her uncle's forehead. Deciding it was better than, as she'd put it, choking him. Ready? With that said, they zoomed through the compound and in less than a minute arrived at the Uchiha's front door. A feat not so astounding to anyone who knew Ikarusa Hideyoshi well. Getting a queasy feeling in her tummy, the girl asked her uncle to place her off his shoulders. He did so with one hand and balanced the cake in the other. Well, now should we knock? No. Give me a second. The girl inhaled deeply. The speed at which the man ran had always had a negative effect on the girl's stomach. Mia, breath. Her uncle commanded. She exhaled, better. You can knock now. Giving him a big smile to show him he had her permission. As the man's hand extended to the door, wait. She shouted. His eyes widened. What is it? He asked, trying to seem calm, but her sudden warning startled him. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see if the cake was okay before going in. The girl stood on her toes and peered over to the cake. Perfect. She said. Now you may knock. My cake looks beautiful. Everyone's going to love it, especially Nai-san. She was giddy with joy, literally trembling with excitement. Itachi's birthday was just around the corner, but due to his missions getting in the way, his family along with her uncle thought it best to celebrate it a little early. Mikoto-san, Mia bows out of respect, and as she straightens up, how are you? She smiled. Mikoto pinched Mia's cheeks lightly. I'm fine, dear. Don't you look pretty? I do. Mia replied. One thing the girl never lacked, it wasn't confidence, but her knowing what she has. Though she may love to exaggerate her appearance for the sake of it. You know, I made this cake all by myself. She declared before turning to face her Oji-san. Right, uncle? The girl wasn't looking for an answer, but support which she undoubtedly and full knowingly would receive. Yes, of course. He gave her a closed-eye smile. He then addressed the mother of the 2 young boys. Mikoto, where's Itachi? I haven't seen him around lately. He's around here somewhere. She replied. She forced a convincing smile that hid the worry that was brewing inside of her. Her features gradually fell and concern replaced her former greeting smile. He hasn't been acting like himself lately. She confessed to her friend. She knew Ikarusa-san was family and Itachi looked up to him greatly. Indirectly she wanted him to talk to Itachi, maybe then she would know why he's been so distant. I'll find him, Mia volunteered, raising her hand. With their permission, she began her search. She looked all around the house, through the doors, the kitchen, even the bathrooms, finally finding him outside. After a little bit of convincing, she forcefully brought him inside to admire the cake she made. Mikoto had prepared a big feast for everyone. She wanted everyone to enjoy the day. Everything's ready, dig in. Mikoto said as the birthday boy was being pulled by 2 little arms. Found in. Mia cheered, proud of herself. Good, I'm hungry. Sasuke added. Throughout most part of the day Sasuke was napping. He and Itachi had snuck out of the house the other night, just for a stroll. It was something Sasuke begged his brother to do. Of course the 2 got scolded for their little midnight walk, but they were spending time together and that's all that mattered to Sasuke. They all sat at the low table. Mia sat down, dragging Itachi with her, but once she saw the appetizers, the entree and dessert, she forgot all about the Uchiha and plated her dish with all her favorites. The little girl had a bad habit of eating way too much. She just loved to eat and she loved the food her uncle and Mikoto made. Neither of them ever seemed to mind, so she went on with her little eating habit. After finishing half of the plate, she realized it might not be enough for her. She had a craving for dumplings. Sadly, they were too far for her to stretch. She wouldn't, but there was a definite temptation. Though she wasn't the brightest or even most enthusiastic student in the art of poise and etiquettes. Mia was taught to be a lady. Therefore, stretching across rather than politely asking would make all those lessons pointless. However, the closest person to the mouth-watering puffs was Itachi. Ni-san. He didn't reply. I wonder what's up with him. He hasn't even touched his food. He looks sad. Ni-san, what's wrong? Aren't you at least a little bit happy? You should enjoy the day, she advised, picking at his dumpling on his plate. She was going to eat it herself. No, it's Itachi's. He's probably so hungry. She held the dumpling to his mouth. Eat, she demanded. Mia. Itachi's voice coarse as he gave little to no attention to her. As his gaze fell to the dumpling. I don't wam dash. Don't be a baby and eat, because if you don't, neither will I, and I'm hungry. She tried her hand at guilt-tripping him. A technique she wasn't proud of and knew it didn't always work, but she persisted. She gave him the puppy dog eyes and a small pout. Please, Ni-san, for me. Mia dash. Fine, she sighed. If not for me then, a grin crawled to her lips. For Sasuke. Sasuke was his weak point, and she knew that. Countless times had she used Sasuke as a way of getting what she wanted with Itachi. Even though Itachi had already grown to care for the little Akarusa, and if she persisted longer Itachi would have eventually agreed, but Mia had always found it easier to use Sasuke as an excuse. That is, as long as she wasn't trying to make him choose sides. Right, Sasuke. She turned her attention towards the raven-haired boy with dark, deep black eyes. He had his mouth stuffed before he swallowed hard and replied, of course. He said, half puzzled. It wasn't that Sasuke didn't care, it was simply that he failed to notice Itachi's demeanor. She hummed. I wonder what's on his mind. Ni-san, you look more down than usual. What's wrong? She asked. Itachi then got up. He didn't reply and walked out back. She followed and found Itachi sitting alone. He seemed to be deep in thought. Until I know what's wrong. Yes, I do. Itachi turned, facing her, slightly curious as to what her random little mind had thought of. So what's wrong with me? He asked with a thin smile and a hint of interest in his tone. It's a girl, isn't it? You like a girl and you don't know how to tell her, so you're getting all frustrated and always thinking. That's it, isn't it? She grinned, like it really was the reason to Itachi's strange behavior. She nodded, completely certain of herself. Itachi shook his head. Really, a girl? He raised an eyebrow at her. That's the best you could think of. Well, it was either that or my next guess would have been you just killed someone. You know, being a ninja and all. She gave him a tight hug, then said, looking back up at him, I liked my first guess better, so I asked it. Mia, Itachi. Mia and Itachi. Sasuke piped in from her hug. Mia turned as much as she could to his voice. I don't like the sound of that. I would never let my brother like you. To be completely honest, I wouldn't like you either. Girls are gross. He declared like it was a fact. He paced over to them and plopped himself on the ground, cross-legged. Sasuke. Firstly, I'm 7 and well, who said I would like you? And what do you mean girls are gross? And, she stuttered. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Secondly, how can you say that about me and Ni-san? You're gross. Mia declared with a pout. I'm just saying. Well, he's not really your Ni-san, you know. You know, Sasuke, you say a lot of things and I'm going to be the bigger person and ignore you. Mia said, crossing her arms and turning away from him, completely offended. What's her deal? He thought, so what? He shrugged his shoulders. I don't care. Sasuke remarked. Sasuke, Mia, stop fighting. Itachi said, trying to stop them. Itachi had always been the peace bringer between the two little ones bickering. He always thought they fought because they had nothing else to do or because they found themselves completely bored. As always, both agreed to Itachi's request. Fine, they both said in unison. She got to her feet. Hey Sasuke, you want to train with me? Mia asked, finding something to do. Sure. Mia and Sasuke started their usual spar. Mia had a knack to use a new technique every time she sparred, thanks to her uncle's training, and it was no different with Sasuke. Sasuke would pick up more than he was taught and brought his training into a more practical light. While they were sparring, Itachi left up to his room. After the two children were exhausted, "You're really getting good, Sasuke," Mia complimented, laying herself on the ground. "I know, when you have a brother like mine teaching you, you're only gonna get better," he said, proudly. "Itachi still helps you with your training." She cocked a brow. The last she heard or overheard was Itachi had suddenly become extremely busy as a shinobi. "You know, here and there. When he gets time," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "You know, you're lucky to have such a great brother to help and support you," Mia admitted, sitting up on her place. "Yeah, I am pretty lucky." Mia's face fell and she began to think about family's treatment towards her. Everyone hated her, everyone except her uncle. While Mia and Sasuke were talking, Itachi was overhearing them from his room. He started to overthink what he was about to do, but Sasuke noticed the expression of sorrow painting itself on her face. "Mia," Sasuke said, concerned. "Yeah," she replied, plainly, but still tried to pull up a smile. "I'll make you a deal," Sasuke said. "What kind of deal?" Mia asked, her interest procured. "I will promise to be there for you whenever you need me to support you." "Really?" That immediately brought a smile to her face. "And what do I have to do in return?" she asked in a little suspicion. "Well, you just got to do the same, as well as teach me some of the jutsus you know. Itachi and Mom only teach me kenjutsus. I want to know more than that, so do we have a deal?" "Yeah. Of course. Let's go tell Itachi," Mia suggested. "Okay," Sasuke nodded to agree. Mia and Sasuke ran to Itachi's room to tell him about their agreement. On hearing it, he was glad. "So what are we going to do tomorrow?" Mia asked. "Train." "What else?" Sasuke replied. "Don't you think of anything else besides training?" "No." Mitsuki, her uncle's voice, called out, looking out the door like she could magically visualize her uncle there. Then turning back to the two boys, she informed, "I have to go now." Before leaving, she gave Sasuke a kiss on the cheek and gave Itachi a tight hug. "Bye Itachi, bye Sasuke. See you two tomorrow." She turned around to leave, then back facing Itachi and said, "I hope you solve your girl problem." She let out a giggle, then left. Sasuke just had a completely puzzled look, not knowing what she was talking about and not wanting to know either. After Mia had left, "You know, Sasuke, I think she likes you." "Likes me?" "Yes," Itachi smiled. "No. Girls are gross. Simple as that. End of story." "And her?" He blushed. Sasuke was just about to storm out when Mikoto came at Itachi's room door. "It's time for bed, tomorrow's another big day," she told her boys. "Night Itachi." Sasuke hugged his older brother and headed off to bed. Itachi smiled and watched his little brother walk out his door. He continued to stare at that door for a while because he knew he wasn't going to sleep that night. "Nagato, what were you thinking?" "Leverage. I don't follow." "Itachi is scared. I need him to devotedly submit himself to this cause." "And the girl?" "He told me of her origins to save her. She can prove useful to us." "But you let her go." "I know." All they needed to say was said. The night continued on with its calm, silent melody, quiet and cautious, not to peep a word to another living soul. Be like the moon. About 3 hours away from the Akatsuki hideout, Mia couldn't stop thinking about what Itachi had done and if he really meant to kill his whole family and her uncle. She just couldn't wrap her head around why would he, his parents loved him. Sure, his father had high expectations, but that was sensible. Itachi is the eldest and his father just wanted his blood to be ranked amongst the best. Itachi wouldn't kill his family because there was too much pressure on him, would he? Mia thought. No. She shook her head. He wouldn't go all murder crazy for that. Besides, what did Uncle ever do to him? He always treated Itachi and Sasuke as his own sons. Mia really wanted to know why. The little girl glances as Conan. She looks angry. That, of course, was a young child's perception of the notorious woman who was commanded by her superior to guide the girl to Konohagakure. From the corner of her eye, the woman's gaze caught on the child's stare. Mia was quick to turn away. Bad idea. She thought as few beads of sweat trickled down her temple. Now's not a good time. Mia feared the worst. Why? Instinct. The woman was an associate of not only the Sharkman Kasame, but Itachi, who openly suggested that killing Mia was a favorable option. But thinking it over, Conan was the same woman who, instructed by a man with no name or identity, was sent to take Mia where she wanted to go. She wouldn't hurt me. I'm just a kid. Mia gulped. Nervous. I hope. Do you know anything about the attack on Uchiha? Mia asked curiously. She tried her level best to sound as confident in her speech as possible. Huh? Why? Conan asked inattentively, glancing towards Mia then again straight ahead. The woman seemed the least interested in what Mia had to say. She couldn't be bothered enough to. Trying to sound uninterested herself, Mia replied, because I had a friend that used to live there and is. Before Mia could complete her sentence, dead. Conan cut in without even looking at Mia this time. Don't know, Mia shrugged slightly. I was just wondering if you knew anything about, or why. Mia looked at Conan hoping to find an answer that may give her some clue. Why? Conan repeated. Why it all happened? What was the motive? Do you know anything about it? Each question was followed by her eyes wandering, left to right, to the soil which they walked upon. No. I can't help. Oh, okay. The girl's head hung low and her features dropped. To say she was disappointed with that answer was an understatement. Mia had hoped to find answers, but she was getting nowhere quick. The girl thought about another question Conan might be able to answer. That Uchiha in there, when did he join? Join? Conan repeated, as if she didn't hear Mia the first time. Please stop that. Mia requested, gaining a bit of confidence. He joined some time ago. We don't question what our members have done or why they join our group. She said indifferently. A while before. Like how long? Before or after the attack on the Uchiha clan? Such a series of questions were asked because of Mia's impatience. The questions just came out in that sequence as they popped in her mind. Before, but why are you so interested in knowing? The woman asked, gaining a hint of suspicion in her tone. Conan plainly found Mia's interest in Itachi questionable. What could she possibly do with that knowledge? No real reason, just curious. Mia said, smiling innocently at Conan. Skepticism was firmly set at the back of Conan's mind, but it didn't dominate enough for her to think about it more than a few minutes. They finally came to a stop. A clear path led down a hill, deeper into forest. This is as far as I will take you. You must follow that path to reach Konohagakure. She instructed. Her gaze fell at the path, trailing it down and over to the far distance of the gates of which stood the walls of the Leaf Village. That's it? Mia inquired, snapping Conan out of a light daze. That's it. She informed, slowly turning around, vanishing from sight. Thank you, Mia uttered softly. She headed in the direction Conan told her to. It was getting late and she had already traveled a long way. Okay, this looks like a good place to rest. I hope there's no bugs here. Mia climbed up a tree which was filled with dozens of leaves to hang her hammock. She climbed down just to take in the beauty. She plopped to the ground in the middle of the grassy area and stared intensely at the new moon. Memories started to form. Memories of her uncle. Memories of what her uncle once told her. Underscore 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 underscore. Flashback. Mia ran crying into her uncle's arms. Mitsuki, what's wrong? A worried uncle asked, embracing her into a hug. Some mean kids started making fun of me and calling me names and blaming me for stuff I didn't do. She whined, sobbing into her uncle's shirt. Wait. She pulled away, her eyebrow raised. Did you call me Mitsuki again? Mitsuki, please stop crying and come with me. Her uncle carried her outside to stare into the starry night. He sat on the grassy ground, tiny Mia on his lap. He pointed towards the sky and said, "Look up there, Mia, what do you see?" Puzzled, she followed his arm to the direction. I see the sky, stars and clouds. Do you notice anything missing? He asked, looking back to face her worried look. Her eyes shifted up to the sky. Missing? She said in a half-whisper, wondering exactly what was missing. The moon. She asked, rather than answered. That's right, the moon. You know, the moon goes through different phases at night, and each phase of the moon are like symbols. The moon's presence itself is like a symbol. He began. Symbol of what? You can say in a way a life. Of life. I don't get it. She thought, and that thought was well read by her uncle. He kissed her on her forehead. Yes, take your own problem right now for example. You feel upset that you've been teased, but you must always understand that darkness cannot exist without light. Everything has a good and bad. You look into the sky and see nothing but darkness, for the most part, but then there's the moon shining brightly in all this darkness. Mia. He looked at her with hope and a smile on his face. You have to be like the moon, keep shining wherever there may be darkness. The stars are the little joys that I know you appreciate and care for, so do not ever let anyone or anything bring you down, and if you do get upset for any reason, remember, the worst thing that can happen is if you let it keep you down. He held her close in his arms. Their gaze set on the night sky. Mia, you have to be the moon of your own darkness. The glowing lantern of the shadows. Not only guiding yourself, but others as well. Do you understand, Mitsuki? Mia stared intensely at the night sky and said yes. I understand. Wait, nothing. A tear slipped down her cheek and fell onto her hand. She stared at it for a while. Then, all of a sudden, it started to rain. She looked up and for some strange reason, she couldn't explain it. She felt happy. She swirled and twirled in the rain without a care in the world. For some reason she felt light. Kurenai smiled. You are in Konoha. Well, that was easy. Oh. Okay. Do you know where I can find a place to stay? The girl asked, her bag gradually sliding off her shoulder. She pulled her bag in front of her and searched in it. Then took a pouch out and filled her tiny hand with gold coins. You see, I have money to stay at some place. She explained, stretching her arms out and displaying the shiny gold medal. Kurenai looked a little concerned and upset. Mia, we know a couple of places you can stay at, which doesn't require any money. By the way, this is Asuma. Kurenai informed, signaling her sight towards the man sitting at the opposite side of the table. Nice to meet you, Mia. I have a question. Where did you get all those? If you don't mind me asking. The man named Asuma asked. Mia put all her stuff down on the wooden floor. My uncle had the bad habit of saving and it slowly grew. My uncle said this money would be for both of us if anything might happen. Anything might happen. It did. A frown set itself on her features. She pursed her lips. Mia didn't intend to say anything unnecessary. But it just came out, like always, and since she already said a little too much. She looked at the ceiling and continued indifferently. My uncle was killed in the Uchiha compound. We both lived there, we both did. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes for no more than a second, then carried on. It's out of pure luck that I survived. I took our savings and headed straight here, to Konoha. Her gaze fell on Kurenai. She gave a slight smile. You said there is some place I can stay. She inquired, more cheerful than before. Here, if you can handle me being a pain sometimes. Kurenai said, gently. Mia looked at them and pouted, slightly upset. I don't want to be another burden to anyone. She thought that, if she got her own place she wouldn't have to be dependent on anyone, hence less she had to worry about. There was that and the fact she wasn't quite ready to make new bonds. Kurenai smiled sympathetically. You're not going to be a burden. Believe me. She nodded, then it settled. You're staying here. she declared as she got up from her seat. Asuma picked up Mia's bags and placed them in the same room she woke up from. Once she was a little bit more comfortable widing her new company, she sat on a chair and asked, "How did I get here?" Kurenai and Asuma both glanced at each other, then smiled at Mia. "You see, Kurenai and I were training out in the forest and some kunai ended up tearing through branches and leaves, unfortunately your hammock. We couldn't see or tell if anyone was near. When we saw you falling from that height, we thought you were injured, but when we found you, you were still asleep. And not a scratch on you," Asuma stated. A strange curiosity was laced in the way he described what happened. "After that we decided to take you to my place. We couldn't have just left you there. How did you fall from that height and moreover still be asleep?" Asuma asked, completely puzzled by the little girl's seemingly strong endurance. She gave a sweet smile and said, "Pure luck, I guess." Asuma became skeptical. "You are one lucky girl." He raised a brow at her statement. "I guess so," she nodded. "I guess so. I hate to bother, but I haven't ate anything yet and I'm kinda hungry," Mia added, getting that empty growl coming from her stomach. "There's this great ramen palsi in town. Do you like ramen?" Kurenai asked, making a suggestion. "Yes. I really do." Mia cheered. "Wait." She cocked a brow. "Don't you cook your own food?" the girl asked, her head tilting to one side. "You know, Mia, being a ninja requires a great amount of your time. So cooking isn't really in our skill set." Asuma grinned and continued, "Yeah, if you ask us how to hold a dagger or what angle it best be thrown, that we can help you with, but really there's just no time for cooking," Asuma said, getting one of his cigarettes to light. That afternoon ____. After they had their ramen, they both assured Mia they would be back before dinner time and they instructed her to stay within Konoha walls. Mia agreed and then went off exploring. Even though Kurenai promised she would get Mia enrolled into the academy tomorrow, but Mia's impatient self got her wandering whole of Konoha for registrations, and out of self-misdirected confusion, she thought of going straight to the Hokage. She knocked at the Hokage door. A voice called out from inside, "Come in." She made her way to the front of his desk. At first glance the Hokage didn't seem to recognize her. She didn't want him to recognize her either. The small girl got straight to the point. "I would like to enroll myself into the Ninja Academy." "You are?" the old Hokage inquired, glancing at the girl beneath his hat before going back to reading his scrolls. Mia. That name struck a note. He had an idea who she was, and with closer observation, he was almost certain. He looked into his drawers, took out a file and asked her to fill it out. "After you are done, hand it to my assistant," he instructed. "Is that it? Then I would be able to go to the academy?" she asked, holding the file over her chest, almost jumping on the spot. Normally the form would have to go through a number of processes, but you... He nodded, adding a faint smile, "Think of it as you're already approved. I'll make sure of it." She wasn't sure what to think. He gave Mia permission to leave and she headed out. He knows, but why didn't he? I have to be careful. On her way back to Kurenai-san's house, she noticed some girls staring at something, or in that case, someone. Mia slithered her way to see what the commotion was about and saw nothing but a boy with his back turned. He was walking a little further ahead than everyone else. She asked some girls what they were staring at. Most of their replies were something like, "Are you serious? Can't you see him? Really? Really? They are getting all worked up over a boy." Mia found it silly. She was just about to head out of the crowd, when suddenly she got a glance at his face. "Sasuke," she thought, and then, just not thinking, she started shouting his name out. Sasuke himself took no heed to it, not until Mia was close enough for him to distinguish her voice. When finally turned, Mia gave him a huge bear hug. At first glance he felt as if he knew her, but it wasn't until she let go of him and smiled. That's when he got a good look at her and realized who she was. He ignored and started walking forward. Mia walking by his side, practically staring at him. "I'm glad to see you, Sasuke, but what's with the attitude?" she wondered, her lips slanting to one side. He didn't answer. He's awfully quiet. Once they were far away from his fangirls. He looked at me as somewhat annoyed. So you're not dead? He said indifferently. His hands in his pockets. Nope. Neither are you. I am so glad. She couldn't seem to wipe the huge smile that had formed on her face. He's okay. This is great. Gladder. He snickered like it was a word from a foreign language. Setting himself back to facing forward, he carried on walking. So this is where you've been? Mia asked, trailing behind him. He didn't reply. He just kept staring straight ahead as if he was ignoring her. Between the many steps they took, he finally said, "Did you get here today?" "Yeah, but how did you know?" He didn't reply until they reached the end of the stream which they were walking along. "People talk a lot," he commented. He was about to leave when Mia's stomach started to growl. "Hey, do you want to grab a bite to eat? I'm feeling kind of hungry." Tilda growled. Tilda, very hungry. "Then I have to get some groceries," she gleed, giving him a closed-eye smile. "Why do I get so hungry?" "Groceries?" he asked. "Yeah." She widened her eyes and raised her brows, her expression assuring. "You see, I am staying at someone's house. Her name is Kurenai-san and she doesn't cook much, but you know how much I love homemade food. Maybe I can invite you over sometime," she said, thinking it was a very good idea. "No thanks." He shrugged, turning to walk away. So that's a no to getting lunch or someday maybe coming over, she wondered. You know what? I don't care. Whatever it is, no numbers. We are going to get something to eat. I can tell you haven't been eating properly. There is no way we are not eating together, she said while grabbing his arm and taking him with her. ____ after lunch ____. How's your training? Sasuke felt compelled to ask. I haven't been. Along my way here I got lost and well. She was embarrassed to confess, even though Mia's lack of direction was anything but new to the Uchiha. After some silence, do you want to train with me again? She asked, trying not to sound too eager. I hope he says yes. Mia bit her lower lip in anticipation. Sure. That's great. She cheered, throwing her arms in the air. Well, I need to get going. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye. Mia. Wait. Yes, Sasuke. Thanks. His tone was questionable to what he really meant to say. How it came out was like it was slightly forced. He walked away. ____ later that evening ____. What's that smell? Asuma asked while entering into Kurenai's house. I don't know, but it smells good, said Kurenai, curiously excited. They both entered into the kitchen and saw a table plated with some delicious-looking food. Oh. You're back, Mia said while holding plates in one hand and a pot of applesauce in the other. I am almost done with dinner. I hope you don't mind, but I used the kitchen, she said, pouring the sauce into a bowl. No. Not at all. It's not like we were using it anyway, Asuma said, still staring at the food at the table. Mia. Did you make all of this? How? Kurenai wondered. My uncle taught me. He was really good at it, her expression fell. Think positive. Be like the moon. She didn't want to upset anyone, so she immediately grinned, facing the couple in front of her. Well, what are you waiting for? I made plenty for all of us. An offer you won't refuse. 8 years later. It's been so long. I stood for a while staring at the gates. I knew what awaited me inside. The choices I made for the last couple of years haven't been great. I know by stepping inside I'll be sealing my fate. But for the years I was away, I felt I was missing something, and it has been bothering me ever since I left. I started speeding my way through the village, heading straight for the Hokage's office. The glances I got from the people seemed welcoming. It's like I never left. Truly nothing has changed. I sensed all their chakras. A smile began to form on my face. My joy of being back suddenly vanished when I got to the Hokage door. I reluctantly knocked. "Come in." The Hokage, to my shock, was head-deep in paperwork. "You're late," she said while shuffling her papers around. "It won't happen again," I said. I was a little embarrassed. I had made a name for myself for being one of the well-known informants in most of the shinobi world. I was also well known for being punctual. "Well, not after today." She put the papers aside and focused solely on me. "Are you ready, Amaya?" Before I answered, actually before coming back, I had promised myself that whatever I was going to do I will have no regrets. Still, yes. I nodded. "Good," she said, setting her papers in front of her. "So there is a but," I interrupted. She again started focusing on me. "But what if they recognize me? Sooner or later." I was cut off. She smiled gently and said, "More likely later. You know as well as I do that they were never very close to you." She went on with her paperwork. "You have no need to worry about that." Those words seemed to strike me hard. What hurt more is the fact of how right she was. "One more thing, Amaya, before you go for the mission the elders have assigned you to. I need you to run an errand for me." "So, this is the thing Tsunade-sama asked for?" I asked curiously, mostly to myself. The bottle was pretty small, like seriously. It could easily fit into my side pouch, which is exactly where I put it. "I trust you will take good care of it. The solution in that bottle is very rare and hard to come by," the herbalist cautioned me. "But it's so small. Must be important since Tsunade-sama wants it." "Thank you." I was just about to leave when suddenly my old companion reminded me it's time to eat. Excuse me. I was wondering if you know where I can get a quick bite to eat." The herbalist directed me to a decent-looking little food corner. The service was pretty good, so was the food, but the scene a one-word of booing. Until I spotted some eye candy. He just walked in, along with another person fully cloaked. The reason I noticed the cloaked man was because he stood out as weird. I was paying more attention to the good-looking guy across the room. I have developed a bad habit of getting minor crushes on any guy with drop-dead looks. I feel they, make the scene more interesting. I was almost done with my meal when the cloaked man went past me and left a note at the side of my plate. "I have a job for you." I wasn't very interested in the job, but curiosity persisted. The cloaked man was waiting outside. He signaled me to follow him. I did so until we reached a barren but grassy field. "I am not going any further than this," I yelled out to him because he was quite far off ahead of me. In a split second he was standing right in front of me. "Very well," he said, lifting his cloak. "Orochimaru." I let out a faint gasp. "What does he want?" "I haven't seen him since the Chunin exams." "So you're the one I keep hearing so much about," he said with a strange grin. "Depends," I said. I started following his gaze. "Why is he looking at me like that?" I continued. "Depends on who you think I am." "Night Rain?" "You mean Amaya?" "Then yes, you are exactly who I think you are." He started looking more serious. "Your note said you have a job for me." "Yes, I want you to train with a group of mine." "Then I think you got the wrong ninja." "I can't help. I also want to hire you to gather some information." I knew I had to get out of there fast. "He wants me to train a group." "Like, why would he want me for that?" "Unless he thinks I'm strong, and if he thinks that, he's gonna want to The thought of it. No. No, that wasn't supposed to come out like that, but I panicked. I started pacing backward and left from there. By the time I sat down to rest, I was a quarter away back to Konoha. I didn't want to go back too soon. Naruto and the others wouldn't be back from their mission for another 3 days, and I'll get bored in Konoha. Besides, I'm not expected back for another 4 days. I asked Tsunade-sama for a little extra time for me to do some exploring around. I haven't visited the Fire Country in years, and this would be a good chance for me to get reacquainted. I knew I had to, otherwise I would end up getting lost like always. Rustle, rustle. I immediately took notice of the sound, waiting for whatever's behind it to emerge. Oh, a bunny. I cooed, so cute. It was a bunny. Or something that looked like a bunny. I fed it some food I bought back at the town. It really seemed to like it. Look at that, a little girl and her. He looked uncertain. What is that? The little animal had long ears, but they looked similar to cat ears. It was extremely fluffy, like a puffball, and a long fluffy tail. It looked like a combination of a rabbit and cat. The little critter scurried away at the sight of him. You scared him off. I was angry. It was so cute and I wanted to keep it. What do you want? I grumbled, still upset. What? No introduction first. I know who you are and who you work for, so get to the point. You have to agree to the offer or Orochimaru is giving you no money is no object. I was still pretty annoyed. I don't seem to get one thing. Why hire someone like me to train them? Orochimaru feels that he will excel beyond his limits if he trains with you. I thought he wanted me to train his little group. There's no way on this earth are you getting me to train with Orochimaru. I felt like I just got insulted. I got up to leave, but that name stopped me. Sasuke, he, as in Orochimaru, wants you, Amaya, to train him. Sasuke, do you understand now? I was kinda surprised, not at the idea of training Sasuke, but at the thought that Sasuke would train with me. Does he know? What makes Orochimaru think that Sasuke will train with me? So, you heard of him. Oh, how do I know Sasuke? What to tell him? Think quick, you can't tell Kabuto the truth. I read his file. I blurted out. Lies come so naturally for me. Just something I picked up at the foundation. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, okay, so do you know what's going to happen to Sasuke after he gets his revenge? It was a rhetorical question, but I had no idea what he was talking about. My eyes narrowed. Sasuke wants to kill Itachi. I help him train, he might succeed. I can't do that. What's going to happen? You really don't know. All the more reason to join so you can keep an eye on him. I was really angry now. You don't just tell a person something like that and don't answer their question. Kabuto. I will ask you this one more time, and depending on your answer, I will make my decision. What's going to happen to him? Sasuke agreed to give Orochimaru his body after he gets his revenge. My eyes widened, my lips trembled, I could feel my eyes water, but I controlled it. I couldn't let it get the best of me. But I can't let him do this and give himself to Orochimaru. What does that even mean? I got serious, my voice stern. I'll work for 30. He smirked like he knew I'll say yes. Agreed, now follow these instructions. He handed me a folded piece of paper and left. Convincing. I can't believe I'm doing this. This whole time I have been trying to wrap my head around the whole Sasuke giving Orochimaru his body thing. Like Sasuke, really? Orochimaru isn't that strong. If he was, he would already have Itachi under his control. Anyways, why Sasuke? In the whole world, Orochimaru found Sasuke the only one desperate enough to manipulate. Like really there was no one else. I held the paper Kabuto gave me in my left hand. It had directions to a spot located somewhere deep in the forest. I was not very familiar with the area. So I was scared of getting lost, but that was the least of my worries. It also said that I had to meet Orochimaru. Not Orochimaru, anyone but him. Take a deep breath. Remember who you're doing this for. So, here I am. Wandering the forest with bees, flies, mosquitoes and creepy insects, and not to mention, I need to find some insane man who wants to live for eternity, take over my friend's body, and to make matters worse his animal of choice had to be a snake. I was leaping from branch to branch trying to maneuver my way around the trees and at the same time concentrate on my thoughts. I hate snakes. I hate them. I hate them. Oh. Oh. I hit my head against a branch. I honestly didn't know what I was doing. I fell from the tree and landed on my rear. I started rubbing the spot of my forehead which got hit, just hoping it wouldn't swell. I really don't want to get involved with them. Well, bright side to all this is that I get to hit two birds with one stone. Yep, that is the only bright side. Finally, I came to a clearing which had a shallow lake and a tiny waterfall to my left. Orochimaru was standing in the middle of the lake waiting for me. It was all so weird. I truly wanted to run the other way. Why does he have to make things so dramatic? Why stand in a lake in the first place? I stepped lightly as the water would get in my shoes and get wet, and the feeling of wet shoes I knew. As I approached, I could notice a grin forming on his pale face. So you decided to accept my offer after all? He said, smirking. My eyes narrowed. I stood there firmly and came straight to the point. The offer benefits me now. His gaze was fixed on me. Kabuto said you would work for 30,000 Ryo. I honestly thought you would ask for more. I thought it was a decent amount to ask for. You know what you're getting into, right? Oh no. My words trailed. You know what might happen to you. He said, not asked. Might is kind of far-fetched, but it's never going to happen. I declared. You're making me skeptical of your intentions for joining. Why should I trust you? My intentions should be the least of your problems. I answered. I continued more relaxed. Trust is something you give. So in the end it's all up to you. The looks he gave showed he was uncertain, but still willing. He nodded and said, very well. Follow me and be quick. He led me deeper into the forest. The trees became denser, so much that there was a point where there was barely way to move. Thankfully my petite figure allowed me to slip through without much trouble, but my waist-length braid caught on one of the branches. Orochimaru was still moving ahead. Oh. He's not going to wait for me. Just cut it off, quick. He commanded. Wait, am I nude? There is no way I'm cutting my hair. After some fiddling, I managed to set it free. A couple strands tore off, but at least it's free. Orochimaru was practically out of sight, but I could still sense his chakra. I followed until I came to a cave. It looked completely isolated from any life. Orochimaru was standing at the front of the opening. He looked angry. I didn't really care. My eyebrows knit together, my lower lips gave a raised pout. I didn't even take that long. I continued to follow him. My expression by that time had faded into a normal and curious look. He led me to a large hall-like room. There were gigantic snake statues located at the far end. The sheer sight of them sent chills down my spine. I was waiting for his team to show up. After some wait and careful examination of the area for chakra. There's no one here. No one except Kabuto and Sasuke. And I doubt you want me to train with Kabuto. I concluded. You said you wanted me to train with your team. Of course they are the only ones here. The rest are somewhere around. I'm sure sooner or later you'll meet them, but for now I want you to train with Sasuke, he said quite casually. Then why did you say I had to train with a team? I demanded to know. Ask yourself this. Would you have come if I told you were to train solely with Sasuke? I didn't answer. We both knew what my reply would have been. When do you have to be back at Konoha? Why? I questioned. The other part of your job here is to gather information for me. Do I tell him? I guess I have no other choice. I have 3 days left after today. Very well, meet me before you leave, and in the meantime try to get some training in with Sasuke. And just like that he left to a corridor to the left. I was alone. Alone in this huge place. Alone in a place infested with snakes. A snake charmer's assistant and Sasuke. Sasuke. His name. Thinking about him, for the most part, made me feel like a dark cloud had lifted and the sun will shine, but on the other, it feels like any trace of happiness is slowly being erased and replaced by fear. There's no reason to be afraid. I convinced myself. Orochimaru went to the left corridor. I decided to look around and go through the right. It was pretty dark and cold, and the only source of light was several lit torches about 10 feet from each other lighting the way. I went past several doors and slightly large rooms. It's so empty. I continued to walk. I passed even more doors. I was curious, but I dared not open any of them. All the while I didn't realize until now that I was getting closer to where I sensed Sasuke's chakra. I wonder how he'll look. Did he change his hair? A haircut perhaps? What kind of clothes is he wearing? His voice. His eyes. His face. His favorite color. His favorite food. I was so caught up with imagining Sasuke that I wasn't paying any attention to where I was going. Oh. I fell to the floor and managed to bump the exact same spot that I got hit with that branch, and it was still sore. I'm sorry. I apologized, rubbing my head. Watch where you're going. An arrogant voice replied. I looked up and there he was. Well. He hasn't changed a bit. Same hair. Same face. Same eyes. Well. A deeper voice, and the attitude he developed after the academy has seemed to worsen. Great. He was practically glaring at me. I helped myself up. Dusting myself off. Remember, you have to sound like you barely know him. Don't get excited. Don't be yourself. With my eyebrows raised, you must be Sasuke. He ignored me and went on his way. Rude much. I figured that I won't get anywhere with him anytime soon, so I decided to look for my room, and wouldn't you know it, I ended up getting lost in this forsaken maze of a lair. Wandering around, I managed to find Kabuto. He was in a room that's door was slightly opened. I peeked inside. Kabuto? I said curiously. He was busy with beakers and tubes. I entered with soft steps. I didn't want to break his concentration. Who knew what he was doing or what chemicals he was using? One wrong move and one might blow up. But still. I sneaked behind him, looked over his shoulder. What are you doing? My shoulders shrugged up while asking. Of course, he was deep in concentration, and my sudden question startled him, but I guess he was skilled enough because he didn't let one beaker or flask spill out or break. He narrowed his eyes. What are you doing here? Oh. Nothing, just looking around. Hey, do you know where my room is? It's 3 doors to the right of Sasuke's on the opposite side. Concentrating on his experiment. If I'm going from here, will it be 3 doors ahead or before Sasuke's? Ahead. Okay. Another thing. I don't think Sasuke is too keen on having a training partner. He's stubborn, he told me. Like I didn't already know. Tell me about it. I rolled my eyes. I need company, and at this point, after who knows how long after wandering this place, talking to anyone would do. Even Kabuto. Or Orochimaru hired you because you are the more likely person Sasuke would train with. That's another thing, I never got a proper answer to my question. Why does Orochimaru think Sasuke would train with me? All this while he was playing around with his little toys and bottles while I casually took a look around. Stroking through papers and books. That's what I don't understand. He said, holding up a test tube up to the light so he could get a better look at the solution inside. You should go ask Orochimaru yourself. Oh no. No thanks. I was unmoved by the suggestion. There is no way I will go talk to Orochimaru about anything. He's the only one that can answer you. He said, still busy in his experiment. I was still looking around the room when my eyes caught something that seemed unusual. It was a large sheet of paper. It had techniques for drawing chakra from different hosts to enhance one's own. Kabuto noticed me looking through it, and he hurriedly hid it from me. He grabbed another large piece of paper and handed it to me. Here's a map to this place, now go find somewhere else to be. He ordered me to leave. Hey Kabuto. Yes. He said, pretty annoyed. When are we going to eat? And what do you guys eat anyway? Let's see, he began tapping his pencil against his chin. We eat whenever we are hungry, and we eat. He stopped tapping, letting the pencil rest on his chin, then slowly facing me. Rats. Not funny. I left. I wasn't about to stand there any longer and listen to his lame jokes. So I started my wandering the hideout once again, but this time I had a map. Using my new given friend, I headed towards the back exit. After all this wandering, getting lost and drama, I think I deserve a bite to eat. I started looking for a village or town where I can satisfy my hunger. Luckily for me, I found one a couple miles away. ____ after my meal ____. I should get something for Kabuto and Sasuke. Like what if Kabuto wasn't joking about eating rats? I mean, Orochimaru is kinda part snake. He maybe eats rats and probably makes them eat it too. By the time I got back to the hideout, it was already evening. I sensed 3 chakras coming from a room in the far left of the west wing of the hideout. They are probably discussing something without me. I raced to the room, opened the door. I was right. Where were you? Orochimaru scolded. Sasuke glanced at me indifferently. Kabuto's reaction was the same. I was hungry, so I went to get something to eat. I explained. Holding the bag up with both my hands, I got some for all of you. Kabuto said you eat rats. How thoughtful. Orochimaru mused. You sure you're an informant? Kabuto asked sarcastically. He started taking the food out to eat. I raised an eyebrow, angered. What are you trying to say? You're too nice. Orochimaru stated. Okay. Whatever. Informants and ninjas have hearts too. So just be happy that you have someone like me bringing you actual food. Where did Sasuke go? I could sense Sasuke's chakra. He went outside into the forest. He hasn't even eaten yet. I quickly grabbed his dinner and ran after him. The time I got there, Sasuke was sitting on a smooth rock near the edge of a cliff staring at the bright big moon. Hey, you forgot this. I was about to hand him the food when he flicked it away, almost dropping it if I wasn't holding it properly. What is your problem? I mean, you have been ignoring me. You barely know me, I understand, but I think a little courtesy is in order. Get lost. He said, paying no attention to me again. That's funny because when I was coming back, I did get lost. That's why it took me so long. I smiled. Why am I making lame jokes? He got up to leave. You have to stop him. Don't mention Itachi. Think of something else. To fulfill what you want, you must satisfy what you need, and you need to eat so you can train, and you need to train so you can get stronger for whatever twisted agenda you're working to achieve. He stopped, not looking at me. His head lowered. My brother. He paused for a while. I need to kill my brother. I want to kill the person who killed our parents, our entire clan. He must mean Itachi and his parents. After that he left, leaving me thinking. Me, finding the only source of light on this dark night in the moon. So I began to stare at it, hoping to feel better, but when Sasuke mentioned his clan, I couldn't help but remember my uncle. I felt my heart ache, but a tear managed to slip out. ____ later that night, in my room ____. I was just about to head to bed when suddenly I sensed Sasuke coming towards my room. I don't know why, but I wanted to see him. I wanted to train with him. Deep in my heart I wanted everything to be like it was. I knew that wasn't possible anymore. He stopped in front of my door. What is he doing here? I put my hand on the handle and opened the door. Sasuke. Sasuke, what are you doing here? I asked, slightly confused. I want to ask you something, he said, standing there, annoyed by my question, like he had a right to do whatever he wants. Really? Right now? I hope it's important. Okay. I found it strange that Sasuke would come at this time of night just to ask me something. He focused his attention on my right arm, but mostly my wrist. Your wrist, it's bandaged, why? My eyes slightly widened and my lips parted. Why would he ask me about that wrist? I mean, I have bandages on my ankle, my thigh, my lower chest, my upper left arm, and he chooses to ask about my wrist. Maybe something's up or maybe it's nothing, but I have to be sure. You trying to tell me that you came to my room in the middle of the night just to ask me about my bandaged wrist? I began closing the door. It doesn't seem that important. It can wait till morning. Right now, I'm tired, I said, sluggishly. It looked like Sasuke didn't come here for that kind of answer. He immediately stretched his arm out, preventing me from closing the door. Something is definitely up. What's your problem? I snapped. Okay, you want to know why it's bandaged, it's a scar. I continued, this time speaking more gently and sounding embarrassed. I'm scarred there and it's not very pretty, so I hide it. I lowered my head slyly, then looked up to see if I convinced him. Are you happy now? Again I tried closing the door and again he stopped me. Show me, he commanded. He didn't buy it. I don't have to show you anything. I tried my level best to get the door to close, but Sasuke was too much for me. He was stronger than me. I never really excelled at physical strength, especially as I got older. I started focusing on nin, gen and of course medical jutsu because I knew I was really good at them. Then there's kenjutsu, which I'm pretty decent at. He got the door open. Sasuke, I told you it's just a scar. Why are you so interested in seeing it anyways? I said, pacing backwards. It's just a scar. My words trailed off as I was backed against the wall at the end of the room. He grabbed my arm and held it tightly against the wall. I tried getting my arm from his grip with my free hand. No use, he's too strong. I looked up at his face as he turned to get his katana. I got a glance at his dark eyes, his dark empty eyes, void of any feeling or emotions. Sasuke, what's happened to you? Underscore 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 underscore. Flashback. Mia, what are we doing here again? Sasuke asked, exhausted. We are looking for butterflies and a certain flower, she said. Searching through the long grass in the flowery meadow. Why? He whined. Because I love butterflies and Uncle wanted me to look for this flower for him. She handed him a picture of a yellow, red-striped flower that looked like a chrysanthemum, but with longer petals. He sat down staring at the strange-looking flora for a while, then he got tired and tossed it aside. Hey! What are you doing? I need that. She scolded, chasing after the piece of paper as it flew with the wind. Got it, she exclaimed, happily. She brought the picture back to Sasuke. Here, now you sit there, all lazy-like, while I keep looking. She stretched out her right hand to give him the picture. Mia. Yes, Sasuke. I've been wanting to ask, what happened to you? His eyes narrowed, staring at her bandaged arm. Mia followed his gaze. You mean my wrist? Yeah, what happened? He said, concerned. It's a secret, she teased. What do you mean? Oh. It's nothing really, but I can't tell you. Why not? My mommy said I can't tell or show anyone. Show me, you know I won't tell. You promise? Not even. She looked back at Itachi, who was keeping an eye on them from a branch as they played. Itachi, she continued. Sasuke was a little hesitant at first. I promise, he finally said. Oh. Okay. Since you promised me. She started unwrapping the bandages. There was a marking, a symbol on the front of her little wrist. It was circular, but pointed on 4 sides, swirled on the inside and spear-like points all around, and finally 6 pointed blade-like wings divided equally on each side, continuing to the back of her arm. After he had seen it, she quickly wrapped it back. That's kinda weird, but so cool. He confessed. Yeah, I know, she grinned happily. Sasuke, remember you can't tell anyone, I mean it, not another living person, okay? I promise you I won't tell another living person. Wait. He paused for a while, thinking, so, does this mean I can tell a dead person? He jerked. You know what I mean, Uchiha. She pouted, upset, folding her arms. Sasuke stopped smiling. I don't like it when you call me that. Why? It's your name. I know, but would you like it if I called you Akarusa? No. I guess not. She shifted her lips to the side. Get up, we still have to look for that flower. She commanded. She started searching again. when all of a sudden, "Snake!" Sasuke yelled, pointing at the grass. "Ah!" she screamed. Mia quickly ran and hid behind Sasuke. "Get it away! Get it away!" she yelled, making shooing motions with her hand, not even looking in the direction where Sasuke had pointed. "Ha ha ha," he bursted out laughing. He fell to the ground, rolling in the grassy field. "You're so easy," he said, wiping a tear of joy from his eye. Mia's face reddened, her lips powdered and her eyebrows knit together. A surge filled her body. She was going to have a fit. "You think that's funny?" She started chasing him. He knew he had to run. "You're going to get it this time, Uchiha." Sasuke ran towards Itachi, who was now on the ground watching the spectacle. "Itachi!" Mia whined, her expression changed from anger to distraught. She reached Itachi faster than Sasuke. "Sasuke keeps scaring me," she said, pulling on his arm. Mia knew Itachi didn't mind her complaining. "Why do you two always have to fight?" "We're not fighting, I was just joking around with her. She's the one taking it so seriously," Sasuke confessed. She turned to Sasuke, "But, Sasuke, you know I'm scared of snakes." "Give me your hands," Itachi requested and stretched out his own, opened. He held one hand each in one of his own. He then joined both his hands, and by doing so, he joined theirs as well. "You two are friends." He first looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, you need to stop scaring her. Instead, as a friend, you should try protecting her. In life you don't get too many good friends, so you have to care about the ones that mean something to you." Itachi, what are you trying to say?" "I don't like her." Sasuke disagreed. "Yeah, and I don't need protecting." Mia protested. "You sure?" Itachi glanced from one to the other. He looked at Sasuke. "She isn't your friend then, right, Sasuke? Then what are we doing here?" Then he turned towards Mia. "And you weren't just hiding behind Sasuke because you weren't scared, right?" "But, Itachi," she gave him her puppy eyes look and continued, "I hate snakes, I read that, they can eat me, and if they bite me I could die." Her eyes began to water. Itachi smiled. "You have a right to be scared, but don't take Sasuke all that seriously, okay?" "Hey!" Sasuke snapped. Itachi continued, "What I mean to say is, if he says there's a snake, you should look first, then decide on your next course of action, not just jump to conclusions." "I don't understand," she said, confused. "I mean you first look then decided what to do, and don't just believe everything you hear, okay?" She nodded in confirmation. "Now the two of you go play, it's going to get dark soon and we still haven't had dinner yet." "Okay," they said in unison, happily. Sasuke unsheathed his katana. "Oh no, he's gonna cut it off." I saw an opening. I managed to snatch my arm back, away from Sasuke. The moment he took his eyes off it, I got my bag and started stuffing in my things. "You want me to leave, right?" I was trying to distract him from the fact that I didn't want him to see my wrist. "That's why you're doing all this?" "Fine then, I'm packing my bag and leaving." I looked serious enough, but inside I was afraid, not of him trying to cut my hand off, although that was quite scary, but of the fact that I won't fight him. I can't. It's not that he's all that stronger than me when it comes to jutsus. It's just that in this certain case I can't fight him out of anger. I headed out the door, when suddenly my jaw dropped, my eyes widened, I felt a chill running down my spine. My expression transformed from fear to horror as it neared closer. A snake, a huge snake coming right towards me. It was getting closer and closer. It was almost near me, when suddenly I sensed Sasuke behind me. Like a force of habit, I quickly sprang behind him. My arms raised upwards in front of my chest, my hands tightly clenching to the back of his shirt and my head tucked into his back. He's so warm. I honestly wanted to hug him. In all these years I never felt safer than I felt then. I could feel my cheeks heat up. What am I doing? I immediately realized the situation. Even though I was still afraid, I slowly let go and backed away from him, just to find another smaller snake crawling up my leg. "Ah! Get it off!" I screamed. I heard Sasuke crack a smile. He didn't even look back at me. He knows. I was worried. Then again, at least now I can be myself. I smiled. Then I remembered. I shook my leg frantically until it flew off, hitting Kabuto's face. It seemed that I had woken everyone with all my noise because Orochimaru was there too. "Get your stuff inside," Sasuke said and headed off. Not without petting the huge snake that was so terrifying that I didn't even argue. The serpent looked at me like I was its midnight snack or something. I immediately ran to my room and locked the door shut. I forgot my bag. I popped my head out the door, looking left to right. No serpent. I reached out to my bag. Almost though got it. I quickly shut the door behind me and laid my back against it, sliding down to the floor. He knows. I sat there smiling, placing my head back, biting my lower lip. Now things are gonna get interesting. The next morning, I woke up, got ready, and went out to get some breakfast. I decided to find another village to go to. The morning was bright, beautiful and so arousing, I felt like getting lost in its beauty. No, can't do that, I grumbled to myself. My thoughts wandered as I made my way through the forest. I wonder how long I can keep this up. Sasuke knows, but did he tell Orochimaru? I looked down at my wrist. He didn't see it. With that very hand, I removed the brunette bangs from my face. I'm so confused. How am I supposed to deal with this? Now that Sasuke knows, he's gonna want me out pronto. I found a pretty big village, farther away from the previous one, like 5 to 6 miles in distance from the hideout. The restaurant that I went to was so crowded. Everyone minding their own business. Every table was filled and I didn't feel like waiting. I decided I would sit out back of the hideout to eat. So I took it to go. All the way back. I kept glancing at that wrist. It couldn't have been a coincidence that all of a sudden he wanted to see that mark. I wish I knew what it meant. I lightly bit my lower lip. My vision focused upward. No. He couldn't have had a sudden recollection of me. It's only been a day. I'm not that bad at acting. I mean, I've done this sort of thing dozens of times and never got caught. He must have had another reason for showing up last night. I concluded. I was taking my time. I was in no hurry in getting back to that dark, cold, snake-infested place. Like, why would I? It was warm, beautiful, and there was fresh air out in the forest. It was just so pleasant. I smiled and I continued to feel like that. Until a sword flashed straight in front of me. Struck a tree inches from my nose. My mouth opened, but my eyes narrowed. I was shaking a little. I sighed at how close I was to getting a nose job. Courtesy of. I pulled the sword out with my right hand. My eyes narrowed even more. I started examining it. Sasuke. I let out a small laugh. Holding tightly to the parcel of food in my left hand and the long, sharp sword in my right. I sprinted the rest of the way back to the hideout. A smile set on my fairly pinked face. I need to quickly give Kabuto and Orochimaru their breakfasts. I entered the hideout. I quickly gave the food to Kabuto. His room was closest to the back door. I first placed the sword, then the parcel on the table. I grabbed Sasuke's and my meal and was about to head out with both the meals and the sword in each hand, respectively, my back facing the room. All the while, Kabuto was concentrating on some experiment. Before I could leave, he said, "You shouldn't be here." I turned my head towards him. "What? You have no place here." "What do you mean?" I demanded to know. "You don't have any prior motive for being here. Except for Sasuke. You're not one of us, and before something bad happens, you should leave." He still didn't raise his head from his work. "Wow, I've only been here a day and they are already tired of me. Why are you telling me this?" I wondered, with a raised eyebrow. "It's free advice, take it or suffer like the rest of us." Okay, now I'm really confused. "What do you mean, and why do you care?" I started pacing towards him. Still pretty confused. "Is something going to happen?" I asked, practically ordering him to tell me. I stood right in front of his table, facing straight at him. He hasn't diverted his attention even a little bit from what he was working on. "Kabuto." I asked again, voiced with a gentle sternness. I continued to stand there until I got my answer. You remind me of some people I once knew. He finally looked up at me. His face had no emotions, but you could tell by the way he said those words, those people held great meaning to him. Something is going to happen in the next few days, but you are probably going to be back in Konoha by then, he continued. I could tell that he felt like he made a mistake telling me this because right after he said those words, he looked deep in thought, then continued on his project. Is it about Sasuke? Get out, he ordered. His voice coarsed, he sounded upset, so I quietly obeyed. Kabuto really got me thinking. I soon decided. That's a problem for another day. I need to find Sasuke, I still have his sword. Once outside, I couldn't stop thinking about Sasuke, he challenged me to fight him. When we were little and wanted to fight or train together, we would shoot a shuriken at the other, just missing the other by inches. I assumed that's what he wanted. Because if he wanted the katana to hit me, it would have hit me. I curiously wandered around, looking for Sasuke, and suddenly a blaze of fire came straight at me. I couldn't see him, but if he thought he was invisible, he was so wrong. Almost immediately after his attack, I sensed him. Jumping from branch to branch, climbing higher and higher until I was standing face to face with him. So you finally want to train, or is this a rematch from last time? I teased. He looked angry and serious. Again he was glaring at that wrist or the sword. Either ways his mood didn't faze me, not even a little. I was as cool as a cucumber and so excited I could hardly contain it. It had begun. Husenka no Jutsu. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, I could hear him say. And a rain of fireballs started raining down on me. I thought I dodged them pretty nicely, but of course my pride got the best of me. One of the fireballs scorched my upper right arm, sending a stream of pain through my whole body. Looking at the area it hit, I noticed I was not only burnt, but also a clean cut painted itself upon my skin. Although I was a great medical nin, this kind of an attack, more specifically an attack from him, required more help and would take much longer to heal. After this, I need to immediately go see my cousin. I kept dodging them. In the process, I bumped against a tree. For now, I knew I had to bear the excruciating pain. I took the cloth I had around my neck and wrapped it around my wound. It hurts. I need to take my mind off the pain. That was relatively easy because the fireballs just kept coming. I made my way to higher branches, trying to get out of its path. Let him use up some of his chakra. All of a sudden I lost sight of him. I was trying to get away from him, but if I didn't know where he was I couldn't use that jutsu successfully. I held onto his sword, completely focused on what my next move would be and what he might use. His jutsu has seemed to run out, or maybe. Every breath of mine was filled with excitement. But still, he was so bent on beating me. I heard nothing. Nothing that could indicate or define his presence. I couldn't even sense him. This can go wrong real quick. I have to be cautious. I stood steadily on a thin, weary-looking branch that was still sturdy enough to hold me. I bent down on one knee and the other raised to my shoulder, my hands laid in a pouncing position. It took my whole concentration. I quickly scanned the area. There you are. I leaped down, opposite to the tree he was backed against, striking the tree he was standing behind. The blade pierced right through to his side. I shifted my attention to grab the two daggers that hung from my side pouch on my right hip. I don't even think a second had passed and there he stood effortlessly taking his sword out of the thick tree, like he was plucking an apple. I was amazed, but still not impressed. I need to push him some more. What's wrong, Sasuke? Am I too much for you? I taunted. He smiled menacingly. You wish. He held his sword up, pointed right at me. I swiftly my feet to a more firm position. I prepared myself for close combat. That wound still ached and burned like 1,000 pins being forced upon my skin all at once, but I had to endure it. He came at me with lightning speed. He slashed his blade skillfully at me. I used my two daggers to block every hit. Every time it did hit, a vibration flowed through my body, making the pain that much more unbearable. I don't expect anything less. I grinned. I can't believe I'm actually enjoying this. Cling. Clang. Cling. Swoosh. At that point I made a decision to go on the defensive. Instead of our blades hitting against each other consecutively, I would dodge and only let a few hit. I got the opening I was waiting for. I managed to evade his sight for a few seconds. Enough time for substitute jutsu, I whispered, and immediately one of my clones took my place in the fight, allowing me to concentrate on charging my chakra. The whole sensation made me giggle a little. It's been so long since I had this much fun. It took my mind off the pain that was still aching. My clones defeated. I performed the necessary hand signs and aimed at Sasuke. Now, Uzumaku Mizu no Jutsu. Swirling water technique. Jumping from that high up, I set myself facing him. Bursts of water gushing from out of the ground. 5 springs spouted out, swirling into one, landing a direct hit, engulfing Sasuke in its path upward, then tossing him. The water droplets that fell afterward shimmered like orange and red crystals in the light of the setting sun. He fell to the ground. He was completely drenched. Raising his head, turning to one side and placing his hands to slowly pick himself up. His clothes, hair, everything soaking wet. I couldn't contain my laughter. My agility allowed me to make my way down pretty quick. I needed to check if he was okay. By the time I got down, he was already standing up. He glared at me. I shrugged my shoulders upward, bringing my hands level to my shoulders, and smiled sheepishly. What? I thought you needed to chill out a bit, I chuckled. I literally could see steam coming from his body, drying him. The blade in his hand seemed like it would be crushed by his rage. He's got a fire burning in his tummy. I giggled. He cut himself, allowing him to use the blood to make a sign on the ground. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ran. I paid close attention to his hand signs. A summoning jutsu. Kuchiyos no jutsu. I stood in horror as he unleashed a pair of snakes at me. They appeared in a cloud of smoke, waiting for Sasuke to give his commands. Attack, he said rather calmly in an intimidating voice. Dansubudu no jutsu. Dancing vines technique. Vines encircled me, overlapping each other to create a dome, protecting me from his attack. Why does it have to be snakes? While in the protective dome, I fell to the floor. I held myself holding onto my legs, sitting at the far back. My body trembled. I felt like I was about to cry. I need to think of something. I can't go against him with a full frontal attack. I can't get out. I won't. After some thought. After some convincing. I got to. The bounded vines loosened, sprung up and swayed, each equipped with dozens of thorns. The fiercely elegant flow of the vines acted as extensions, calmly waiting to strike on my wing. I attacked. Sasuke was more than ready. During my seclusion, he summoned 3 more snakes. The snakes countered viciously. Their fangs distinctly shone in the light of moon, their skin blending into the dark night. They slithered and darted straight at me. I backed up a bit. The beautiful gem slits glared into my almond-shaped brown beads. The terror that flashed into my being could only be compared to swiftness of the attack that came next. It took me by complete surprise. The vines thwarted their attack. I could feel my own breath choking in my throat. That was close. I took a deep breath, relaxing myself. I can't risk getting injured again. Along with the onslaught of serpents rushing towards me, he broke into another raid of fireballs. I blocked his attacks. I hate what I'm about to do, but I have to end this. Sasuke. She's good. I thought, dodging her vines. She managed to land a blow or two. Damn it, I can't let her win. My concentration shifted to the offensive. By any means I had to shake her up. The snakes stroke her, surrounding her. A constant raid of assaults and fireballs. No use. She kept dodging them. Those vines, I tried burning them, but its moist surface withstood the fire. The shuriken hidden in the flames sliced into the vines, but they kept regenerating. I need to get to her. The snakes are of no use. She's too fast, damn it. I looked closely at her. Her expression showed clear signs of fear. She was trembling. I need to summon a bigger one. I nipped my finger with my blade, drawing blood. I summoned a Kyadaija, a gigantic snake. I could tell she was terrified because she was visibly shaking. The snake was about 20 feet tall. What is he trying to do? Give me a heart attack? Observing his chakra reserve, I noticed one important thing. He used up a lot of his chakra. It's time. Sasuke. I have her now. Kyadaija was on the attack. She started fleeing. I wasn't about to let her off that easy. I went after her. She still has a lot of energy left. How is she doing this? She stopped in a wide clearing. The vines standing with a vengeance. Suddenly, they swirled around her, again engulfing her into their center. In the process, I noticed a smile forming and... What was that? The vines had completely taken her in, but for a moment I thought I saw her pupils change into a fawn. Somewhat like my Sharingan. She couldn't have an ability like that. While in the vines, I could sense her chakra transfer. She's using a substitution jutsu. She once again emerged. The first thing I perceived was her eyes. They haven't changed. She sprang into the background, leaving me to deal with her raging plantation. I mangajet to successfully use my substitution jutsu. Some time later, a moment came when we were on our last ounce of energy. Neither of us sustained any serious damage, except for my wound, of course. I panted as the vine stroked him several more times, landing my mark from time to time. My main aim was to get rid of all the snakes he had summoned, as my clone had already took down the big one. Taking a deep breath. Not bad, Sasuke, sadly not good enough. You're not gonna win, so might as well give up. I taunted. He smirked at my remark. Even though I knew he was impressed, but I could tell I was seriously getting under his skin. He spoke something. I could tell by his hand signs he was about to use another jutsu. I didn't recognize the order of it though, so I couldn't tell what jutsu he was about to use. Without warning, I was trapped. It's over, he sneered, slowly advancing. Are you sure? I grinned. My arms locked outwardly in my own vines. You've lost. Accept it, he stated. I begged to differ. I could tell I was really irritating him. Might as well put him out of his misery. We had too much suspense for one day. Sasuke looked closely. Have you really won? He glared at me confused. I stood up like nothing had happened. The vines dissolved in the air. You see, Sasuke, it is true. I started pacing around him. That at first you were fighting me, yes, and it is true. Majority of the time you got your strength from anger and negative anger. You're angry for the wrong reasons. I sat, casually, up on a branch facing down on him. I continued, your judgment was clouded by the fact that deep down you wanted to prove something to yourself and everyone else, and that is, that you have gotten stronger. He stood there, listening to my every word. Clear exhaustion was embedded on his face and body. I pulled back a strand of hair that was dangling in front of my eyes and placed it behind my ear. My hair must be a mess. I rolled my eyes, smiling. Do you know how hard it is to manage this much hair? Messing around with it, trying to make it look presentable. Your point, he hissed. My point. I tried to recall what was I saying before. Yes. I hopped down from the branch. I neared him, standing right in front of him, looking up at his glaring, yet confused eyes with a smile. There's a point in every battle where the chakra, you can say, becomes out of one's own control. It can happen even for a split second. During the fight I caught it and took advantage of the opportunity. At that instant, I used a technique that I've been developing. Your chakra was in a vulnerable state, mostly due to lack of attention. I guess you can say sorta like when a girl's complex feelings goes haywire and all that. I giggled at my own reference. He on the other hand was not amused. Anyways, I was able to get a clear hold of your chakra and slowly drain it. Also, up until this point, where you thought you were winning, it all has been part of my new technique and genjutsu. Simply said, I used an illusion to distract your mind and used the technique to drain your chakra. Did you know that, generally a ninja is at his most vulnerable state when he thinks he has the upper hand in the situation? I looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Sasuke, I'm sorry. I knew this was a huge slap in the face to his ego. Everything, by that time, had completely revealed itself. Everything faded back into reality. The reality was, Sasuke's chakra was diminishing. He could barely hold himself any longer. He fell to the ground. I didn't want him to get hurt, especially in his weakened state, so I quickly grabbed him from behind as he laid on me. He's so heavy. Sasuke, after this, I suggest you go on a diet. I said. No joke, he was really heavy. How can someone eat so less and weigh so much? It's all muscle. A female's voice teased. Who was that? I tried to pinpoint a chakra source, but I came up blank. Sasuke, did you hear that? He didn't answer. Obviously, he was still very upset. I tried to stand up, to allow Sasuke to lean against my legs because the current position was kinda uncomfortable. After 6 failed attempts, I finally got to my feet. I didn't want him to feel the way he did. At that moment, I decided that as much as I feared his rage, I had to help him get back to normal. I kept one hand on his shoulder in order to heal him and restore his chakra. My eyes lowered to his head and I continued, I knew you'd hate losing and I knew you'd hate losing to me even more, but I had to help you train and besides I couldn't have just let you win just to make you happy. I let my gaze wander into the scenery. You have to know your weaknesses to get stronger. I looked back down at him and noticed that I was playing with his hair. A gentle smile formed itself on my lips. It was out of habit. I remember when we were little, I was so fascinated by it until this day I had no idea why. I used to mess around with it every chance I got. I would style it in different weird and hilarious ways. He never minded much, which was kinda the funny part because I used to make up some crazy hairstyles to bug him. He would get as upset about it as much as a 6-year-old could get, but the very next day he would let me do it again. I stroke his dark hair, several soft strands brushing between and against my fingers. I mean, how do you think he got that hairstyle? I know it's a little strange, but regardless of its appearance he still manages to pull it off. You're stronger than me, I continued. I could feel his chakra almost fully restored. You're more experienced. Your jutsu's chakra are more refined and polished than mine. His chakra's fine now. I wonder why he hasn't got up and left yet. Mine is a little bit more raw, mostly because of me trying to come up with different techniques. I never give time to actually improve or perfect them. In a more serious tone, but that doesn't mean that, even if you were in complete control the whole time, I would have lost. You need to leave, he finally said. I gently pulled his head back upwards to face me. He didn't resist. I'm not going anywhere, I said, annoyed. Gently letting his head fall back to its normal frontal position. I knew he'd come up with something like this. I faced towards his head, but my eyes lowered to one side. I can't. I continued. My hand still gently brushing through his hair. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, but I couldn't bring myself to care either. My own thoughts took all my attention. I need to change the subject. I don't know what to say anymore. Why did it have to come to all of this? Why am I here? Itachi. I gently blurted out, practically not realizing it until he grabbed my arm from on top of his head. What about Itachi? He slowly tightened his grip. Nothing. I shook my head, apologetically. I was sorry for saying his name out loud. Last time I did, we stopped talking for 3 whole years. That was mostly because I went away to train with Kurenai and Azuma-sensei, but that's another story for another time. You see, I met Itachi a few months back. I explained. And I was just thinking about that technique that was a work in progress and how it was inspired by that meeting. I half lied. I did meet Itachi and I was inspired by that encounter, but that was not what I was thinking. How did you meet him? Where? There was a slight tone of desperation in his voice mixed with a lot of anger. I gulped. I didn't want to talk about it anymore, but Sasuke wasn't the type of person to let it go. I tricked him into meeting me. Sasuke sat up straight, pulling my arm in front of him, examining that wrist again. His sudden movement forced me to bend slightly, over his shoulder. My left hand placed itself over his left shoulder, allowing me to balance properly and keeping my body from touching his. He started unwrapping the bandages. No. I yelped. My left arm flew around to his right side, grabbing his hand. My cheek rested on his. Too close. I immediately let go of his hand, while he kept a firm hold over my arm. Sasuke, I said, nervously. I sort of sealed that wrapping. I shifted my position to a more comfortable one, in order to break the seal using my left hand. You see, I am not at all good at seals, I admitted. I got this one out of an old scroll, and I am not entirely sure what would happen if I opened. I was struggling to get a piece loose there. Like I was saying, I have no idea what would happen if I didn't open this properly. I said sheepishly. It simply said, seal of 1,000 deaths. Which I'm guessing is pretty bad. He loosened his grip, giving me back my arm. Open it and be careful, he ordered. Oh, look at you being all considerate, I teased. No, he said, neutrally. That seal can go wrong, and if anything happened to you, he paused, glaring at me. I wouldn't get my answer, he concluded, looking upset. It shows how much he cares, sarcasm intended. Why is he so complicated? I broke the seal and started unwrapping it. I placed my arm in front of him. Now do you believe it's me? He looked shocked. What's wrong? I asked, alarmed. Looking at my wrist, then back at him. You're her. Duh. You're the spirit of the moon. Wait, say what now? Spirit of the moon. Who told you that? Her remarked. That doesn't even make sense. You have control. Over what? I retorted, the moon. That's ridiculous, no human being can do that, and certainly not me. He's always getting all worked up over everything. Anyways, I know for a fact that this symbol shouldn't mean anything to you, I said. Then what? He said sternly. He was giving too much attitude. My thoughts drifted, as did my eyes, out into the overwhelming darkness of the forest within the night. I didn't want to answer him. He can't talk to me like that. What does it mean then? He asked politely, but reluctantly. See, was that so hard? I teased. I gave a taunting smile. Well? He asked impatiently. Well, what? The mark? He asked, getting irritated by my evasion of the subject. Oh, that, I have no idea, I sheepishly answered. He let out a long sigh. What about Itachi? What about Itachi? I questioned. Do you know where he is? Where can I find him? He asked. I was facing into the distance, sitting next to him. Why? I raised an eyebrow. I didn't shift my head, but my gaze turned towards him. You know why? He snapped. I can't tell you. Why? He asked again, completely annoyed by my answer. I can't tell him what I really think. He'll just snap at me even more. Because it won't hurt him. I have to kill him. He came right in front of my face, completely invading my space. You can't, I protested. If you do, he won't suffer, I explained. He needs to pay for what he did, he erupted. I fell silent. I didn't want to argue. He is to pay for what he did to my family, he said in anguish. He was clearly hurting. Looking at him, I couldn't help but feel useless. There was nothing I could do to comfort him. Nothing I could say to take his pain away. His hair was still a mess. I placed my hand over his head and began to set it. I remember when we were little, whenever he used to get really angry, majority of the time it was my fault, his mother used to stroke his hair, talking to him in a gentle voice. To me, I used to find it strange, but he would immediately calm down. It worked. We both sat there for a while, me still staring at him, fixing his hair. He sat deep in thought. He looked more calm, but still tensed. Sadly, the beautiful silence of the night didn't last long. It was the calm before the storm. He killed my family and he killed your uncle. He deserves nothing but death. That's justice. Sasuke, that's not justice. I felt more calm that he did. It looks like it worked more on me than him. I placed my hand gently on his face, looked straight into his eyes, and a soft voice said, "Do you remember when we were young? Some time before you know." I turned my gaze for a while, then met back with his and continued, "Itachi was accused of murdering his best friend and neither one of us believed it. We believed Itachi was innocent. Nobody could prove that he did it. Can you prove he didn't?" He turned away from me. "Can you?" "No," I said in defeat. "But that doesn't mean he did. We were young, we trusted Itachi more than we did our own parents, and in the end, he was the one standing proudly over their bodies, with their blood on his hands." He grumbled. I didn't know what to say. It was true, but I always believed there were two sides to a story, so I never accepted that sad fact. He turned back towards me, his eyes reddened as tears were held back and rage was taking over. "Doesn't that mean anything to you?" he said. My uncle meant the world to me. I looked down to my legs, my hands clutching over them. As much as I didn't want to cry in front of Sasuke, some tears managed to slip out and onto my hands. "That's why he needs to suffer." My voice cracked as a huge lump formed in my throat. He gently brought my gaze up by placing his hand under my chin and raising it to meet his. "He is not going to suffer because he doesn't feel anything. All this..." He was looking straight into my eyes. It was an awkward feeling when he did. I tried to avert my sight, but they kept going back to meet his. He continued, "All this, all that has happened, it makes no difference to him. I want him to suffer, and I know he's suffering. I met him. I know he's feeling the pain he deserves." My eyelids lowered. I couldn't take it anymore. On one hand, it is true he killed my uncle, the one person in the world who only wanted the best for anyone and loved me more than my parents ever did, and on the other hand I have a friend, accused and admitted to causing great pain, but I don't entirely believe that he was telling the whole truth, and on the other hand I have a friend who sees and hears the facts, that indeed, his brother is a murderer and he is unwilling to give his brother the benefit of a doubt. I know the only reason Sasuke hates him so much is because Itachi is his brother, someone he loved and trusted so dearly, betrayed all that by killing his family. Nothing makes sense to me. I was getting up, he grabbed my upper arms near my shoulders. "So you won't help me?" "No." I turned my head to the side. "I don't know." "Make up your mind." He tightened his grip. "Oh." A cry of pain escaped my lips. I immediately pulled away from him. He touched the wound that up until now I had forgotten about. I bit my lip in order to distract the pain that now was burning. My left hand held tightly to my right arm, just underneath the injury. "Ooh," I groaned. I had enough. I started walking away. He blocked my path, took my left arm only, holding onto it, so I wouldn't be able to go anywhere. "You didn't answer my question." "And I don't have to," I retorted. He clicked his tongue, took a long sigh and for a moment and focused upward. "What do you want?" he said in a sort of annoyed, defeated tone. "What?" My eyes knitted together in angry confusion. I again pulled my arm away from him. I neared him with a look of anger, annoyance mixed with depression. I declared, "You have absolutely nothing I want and there is nothing you can give me." He smirked. I was confused at his response. Angry and confused. What was he thinking? I was so offended at that moment I stormed away from him. "What is wrong with him?" growled Tilda. "Great. Leave it to my stomach to ruin my dramatic exit." I looked back, Sasuke had already left. "Whatever," growled Tilda. "I hear why." I decided to go grab a bite to eat. I managed to reach there with no problems. Fortunately, the town was brightly lit and shops were still open. At night the food corner wasn't as crowded as expected. There were only a few customers, maybe 8 to 10. I sat at the counter, gave my order and waited to receive it. In the meantime, I decided to have something to drink. Grape juice, please. Anything else? The waitress at the counter asked. In the usual friendly manner. That's it. A few moments later, she handed me a glass of grape juice. I turned to check the time. 11 o'clock. No wonder I'm so hungry. I started fidgeting with the glass while my thoughts scolded. I shouldn't have been so mean. He's gone through a lot and Orochimaru isn't making anything better. All he's doing is fanning the flames of an already heated and sensitive matter. Orochimaru definitely has to be put to an end. Sasuke is just a tool. I enfolded my head inside my arms as I stressed over the matter. What do I do? Your food's ready. The lady smiled and placed the bag to my side. I dug my head up to give a thankful smile. I took the bag and paid for the food. On the way back, something of little importance popped into my mind. What happened to the breakfast parcel I bought in the morning? I quickly rushed to where I left it. I was curious to know. When I got there, the container ripped and small bite marks all over. At least it didn't go to waste. I smiled. Heading back into the hideout. Before going to my room, I first hung the dinner I bought Sasuke on his doorknob with a small note. Sorry. I knocked on his door and hurriedly left to my room. I turned on the dim lights. The air is so cold in here. Ah! I yelled. A figure sat at the edge of my bed. On closer inspection. Sasuke. I was so confused. What are you doing here? I demanded to know. He smirked. Okay, now he's really beginning to freak me out. What? Before I could repeat my sentence, he had me against the wall, one arm locked with his above my shoulders, the other locked behind my back by his other hand. Sasuke. What are you doing? I was terrified. What do you want? He asked casually, calmly. Is he repeating what he said earlier? What do you mean? I don't understand. A distinctive tremble could be heard in my voice. He smiled. What do you want? He repeated. Nothing. I shook my head. I want nothing. I could feel the temperature rising, but I didn't know why, because of the way he's talking or because I started feeling angry. Like I said before, you have nothing I want. Nothing. He repeated after me. Now I realized that feeling. Anger. It was definitely anger. I was angry. Absolutely nothing. I snapped. He neared closer to me. I could feel the heat of his breath on my neck. His cheek brushed against mine. Are you sure? He whispered in my ear. I could feel my face flush. Whenever I was upset, angry, happy, embarrassed, or got those butterfly feelings, my face had no problem in showing the whole world. I have to do something first. He has to let go of me. Sasuke, you kind of stink. Yep, I definitely know how to kill a mood. He let me go. What? Don't worry, I think I stink too. I assured. I began to sniff myself. Yeah, I stink. You're hopeless. He muttered. He started heading for the door. I noticed a grin forming on his face, like he's won something. Then it hit me. I knew exactly what was going on. You haven't won, Sasuke. I stated. I know I was being a little paranoid, but still. He stopped. His back facing me. You haven't won anything, I said, wearily. I understand you're angry and upset and you feel betrayed, but newsflash, you're not the only one. This does not give you the right to manipulate people, manipulate me. Just because you're being used. You know it, or Orochimaru is using you, and worst, you're letting him. He can't help you. Think about it, it's been how long? And you still can't beat me. Itachi is way stronger than me and his genjutsu is beyond. If you can't beat me, how in the world do you expect to beat Itachi? I paused, waiting for him to answer. He kept silent. I continued, Orochimaru can't help you, he's just using you. He can't even measure up to Itachi, so how do you expect him to make you stronger? After that declaration, he left without a word. I lay down on the bed, observing everything that lied in that room. My eyes caught on the parcel of food. I'm in no mood to eat. I decided to go outside and take it to some animals. Outside, I placed the bag on a stone. Almost instantly, I noticed a couple of little critters scurrying over to the food. They seemed scared at first, but after a while they came closer to eat. So adorable. In the bunch, I noticed a familiar face. It was that cute bunny cat. It was the only one that came near me. Hey little one. I began to pet it. Under its chin, over its head. Okay, I have to go now, eat up. I left the little critters to finish my dinner. Back in my room. I wanted to take a bath, but there was no way in this lifetime will I do that here or anywhere near here. I let my hair loose and began brushing it. So much hair. It was an exercise all on its own. After I was done brushing it, I pulled it up into a bun. I couldn't stand my hair loose. It always has to be tied up, or it'll get in the way. I lay down on the bed, my head gently placed itself in the middle of the pillow. I started recalling the day. It started off so well and it ended like this. My thoughts roamed. Itachi Y. Underscore 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 flashback underscore underscore underscore. Where is he? I thought to myself. He was supposed to be here by now. For months on end I have been trying to track him. I wanted to talk to him. It's been 8 years and nothing. It's like he doesn't exist. Itachi. I could feel my own heartbeat. I gulped in anticipation. Anger, sorrow, pain all flooding over me, but overall, strange enough, I was excited to see him. He was alone. I took a deep breath. One step at a time. It didn't take him long to notice me, but... Does he remember me? The closer I got to him, I started to remember, not that he killed his family and my uncle, but the happier times. For that reason alone, my gaze lowered. I felt my cheeks and lips rise into a smile. I looked up and realized the Itachi I once knew is not the one standing in front of me. Itachi. My words came out pretty plain. He looked at me, slightly confused, like I said something out of context. Then it hit me, I had made the most basic mistake by addressing him by his name. This was supposed to be a simple pick and drop. Or so that's what was is here for. He glared at me closely. Mia. He asked. You're delivering the item. That didn't take long. I paused for a while to allow myself to take it in, the memory, the pain. All caused by the man in front of me. I pushed back tears that were emerging. About that. I gulped, clearing my throat, then continued, there is no item, there never was, I confessed. He continued to glare, which was kind of uncomfortable, okay, really uncomfortable. Why isn't he saying anything? Itachi. I tried to sound cheery. How have you been? I asked sheepishly. No answer. I have to get straight to the point then. You know why I'm here. He still didn't say anything. I could tell he was waiting for me to bring up the subject. I started to tear up, just the thought of it. One by one tears flowed down my face. I could hardly breathe. I couldn't hold it back anymore. Tell me why. Tell me why you decided to kill everyone we love and care about. It was a pain that was hard to bear. My heart felt heavy. More tears began to fall in more succession. Everyone that loved and cared about us. I said, coarsely. My hand set itself, clenching my chest. I looked at him straight in the eyes. Looking for some sign, some emotion, some humanity. What about Sasuke? I declared. Almost sure that might move him a little. I began wiping my tears with the back of my hand. Sasuke, you didn't kill him, but when he finds out... Are you done? He said, coldly. I don't care. You're lying. I accused. You're lying. I couldn't believe it to be true. I was angry. Did you know I joined the ANBU? It's funny because I was offered by the third, the day after I tried to kill him, and I also accused him of commanding you to kill your family. Did you know that? I smirked. I spent almost 1.5 years listening, obeying, gaining their trust. The things I've seen and the things I've done are something I can't say I'm proud of. Why did you do it then? He asked indifferently, with a hint of curiosity. Because... I lowered my gaze and began to remember those years I lived with my uncle in the Uchiha compound. The days I spent in their house. Mikoto Fugaku was so nice to me, and Sasuke and Itachi always played with me. Sasuke would train and Itachi would act like he's interested for our sake. One more tear managed to slip out and my body trembled at the thought. Because I can't accept it. I can't accept that you wouldn't have a valid reason or cause. You had to be so motivated and forced to do what you did, Itachi. You're delusional. Delusional. I'm not delusional. I yelled. I did not spend a big chunk of my life in trying to figure this out, so you can call my theory delusional. I declared. He made you do it. I know he did, he brainwashed you. But did you know, he keeps a record of everything he does or makes the root do? Itachi's expression was changed to shock. You didn't know, did you? I asked, quite satisfied by his reaction. Well, it's true, and very soon, I'm going to get a hold of your file. I'm going to get it before you even think about getting rid of it. Great genius, now you gave him the idea. Just admit it, admit that I'm telling the truth. Not for me, not for yourself, but for Sasuke. When we were little you claimed to love him, care about him, your little brother was your life. What happened, Itachi? You grew up. Killed your family. Is that why you left him behind to suffer a huge pain and hate in his heart? He's probably angry beyond comprehension and alone. No, he's not. He stated. What? What do you mean? She asked angrily but with curiosity. He's not alone, he said, indifferent. He looked at me with a tiny, barely noticeable grin forming on his face. Me? I was about to go to sleep. My eyelids felt heavy. I turned to my side to get more comfortable. Ouch! I screeched. I accidentally turned to the side with the wound. Tomorrow I have to give Orochimaru an excuse so I can go see my cousin to get this thing healed. Akarusa. I woke up with a yawn. I didn't sleep well last night. I looked at the mirror across me. I'm hideous. I let out a faint smile, then yawned again while removing the sheets from over me. I took out the brush from the drawer and started brushing the wild frizz ball thing on my head known as my hair. While brushing, I accidentally scraped over my wound. Oh. I let out a tired groan. Orochimaru better be around or else I'm leaving and never coming back. This place is full of too much drama. I held the brush tightly, placing it on my lap. Sasuke has become such a jerk, like who does that to someone they've known for years? I know it has nothing to do with feelings, at least not those feelings. Jerk. I mumbled. I continued brushing, then weaving it into a braid. Looking up at my reflection. I'm swelling, that must be because I didn't eat yesterday. I rubbed my eyes to wake myself up. I stretched out of bed, left my room and headed outside. There was a lake nearby where I would go to freshen up a bit. As soon as I opened the back door, a ray of light shone brightly, warming my face. It's so pleasant out here. I took in the warmth and light of the sun that shone overhead. Wait, why is it so bright? What time is it? I hurriedly went to the lake, washed my face, gargled, spit the excess water in the grass and rushed back to my room to check the time. 10:47. I overslept. Ooh. I groaned in anger. Ever since I got here, this place is making me sloppy. Just the thought of this place makes me sloppy. It's trying to ruin me. I tossed myself back on the bed. Are you sure it's the place and not Sasuke? The same voice as before said, like she wanted to make a point. Who was that? I sat up and tried to sense someone's chakra, anyone's, but it was useless. I was too tired and weak to even sense the usuals here. My hands flipped my bangs to the side. I got up and headed towards the place I usually sense Orochimaru. As I left my room, I took a glare at Sasuke's door. He'd better not try anything like that again. I furrowed my eyebrows and pursed my lips as I took the dark and lonely walk through the hallway. He'd better be there. I reached the door. I hope there's no snakes. I took a deep breath and turned the knob. Empty. I started going through his stuff, curiously. Did you find what you were looking for? I flinched, turned around. Orochimaru and Kabuto were standing near the door. I was just browsing. I explained. Very well, now that you're here. Wait. I interrupted. Let me say something first. I need to go out for a while to get some supplies. Look around you, you may find what you need, Kabuto said. I don't think so, I looked over to him. I really need to go out. Before that I need her. Orochimaru was interrupted by Sasuke's sudden presence. Sasuke, good of you to join us. I was just about to explain Amaya the mission I have set for the two of you. I'm not going on a mission for you. She argued. At least listen to what it is, then decide whether you want to accept it or not. Orochimaru insisted. Sasuke just stood there with his face, expression set to the way it usually was, though I admit his mood seemed a little off, but I wasn't the only one who noticed. Sasuke, what's wrong? Your fight didn't go well yesterday. Kabuto smirked while looking through some of the papers. Sasuke didn't respond, he just gave an annoyed, "You'd better shut it" glare. Yes, I heard it was quite entertaining. Orochimaru chuckled. What do you mean? Now I was glaring in suspicion. Oh, nothing. Once again Orochimaru was interrupted. It seemed like no one wanted to hear him speak. I found it. Kabuto interrupted, he pulled our old newspaper from a stack. He gave it to Orochimaru, who after confirming it was the right one, he handed it to me. Read it. I took the newspaper. My eyes widened as I read the headline. Clan Betrayal, a gruesome tragedy. What is this? What does it have to do with anything? I questioned, tossing the paper back at him. Hoping that he giving me this was a mistake. Orochimaru grinned as a reply, then slid the paper back to me. Read it and you'll find out. He insisted. Out loud, my dear. I'm not your dear. Looking down at the words on the paper that now seemed not even worthy of reading. I glared up at Orochimaru and Kabuto. I can't let them suspect anything. The distinctive blood of the Uchiha clan filled the streets and houses of their village. I closed my eyes for a bit, then I continued. Uchiha Itachi. I gulped and glanced at Sasuke, who was listening attentively. His expression was indifferent. Taking a deep breath I continued, Uchiha Itachi has claimed all responsibility for the killing of his kin and the people in that village. For reasons unknown. I narrowed my eyes, restraining from making the mistake of crying. Uchiha Itachi is now marked as a missing nin and is on the run. His whereabouts at this point are unknown. In this tragedy, Uchihas weren't the only casualties. The next words made my eyes feel like hiding themselves under my lids and behind 1,000 tears. I felt like running away to some dark cave and stay there till I die. But I knew I couldn't let that happen. There's too much here I have to do. Well, Orochimaru said impatiently. I looked up from the paper. I have to make something up. I can't pronounce this name, I stretched out, pointing to the name given, being very careful not to get too close. Akarusa, he replied. No, the one next to that. Hideyoshi. I quickly brought my arms back near me. I once again glanced at Sasuke. He's just listening. My eyelids lowered in sympathy. I took a deep breath, a small sigh, and continued. Akarusa Hideyoshi and his niece had also been living in the village. Akarusa Hideyoshi has been confirmed dead. I choked. I took a minute to swallow. By his relatives. His body and grave has been set in an unknown location. There is no information. Turns page. About his niece, no body or remains have been found. The police department along with Akarusa specials are investigating her disappearance. If anyone has any information of her whereabouts or about Uchiha Itachi, please contact Hiruzen Tsurutobi-sama III Hokage immediately. I finished reading. Holding my breath, trying to contain myself. There was a picture. A picture of me when I was 5, I was smiling. No one but my parents had a picture of me, they are the only ones that have any record of my existence. My parents. Ha, I laughed sarcastically on the thought of me smiling or even being relatively happy when I was with my parents. It was awkward time to find anything funny. Everyone was a little shocked, but I didn't care, and since they didn't ask, it seemed they didn't care much either. Anyways, I knew the only reason I was ever happy back then was because I had my uncle to side with me through it all. But now is not the time for that. If either Orochimaru or Kabuto see me acting crazy emotional, they'll suspect something. There, I said in a more angry tone than expected, slamming the paper on the table. Glancing at all of them, Sasuke took notice of the picture on the article. He picked it up and began observing it. "Do you know that girl, Sasuke?" Orochimaru asked. I looked up at Orochimaru. Then my gaze turned towards Sasuke. He didn't turn to meet mine. If he did, he would see my eyes practically begging him not to tell Orochimaru anything. "No," he said, plainly. "Oh, I just thought because you lived in the same village and both would be the same age that." I said no. Sasuke snapped, placing the paper on the table. "Okay then. Let's move on, allow me to explain. You all must already know about the famous Uchiha clan. Now, the Yakurusas are a clan of people with valuable and more than the usual set of Kekkei Genkai bloodline jutsu, for you who don't know." I rolled my eyes in response. The most distinctive one would be a chakra manipulator. He suddenly got my attention. I listened closely. The clan has said to have only 3 during their lifetime. He continued, "A chakra manipulator has the ability, as the name states, to manipulate chakra freely and easily. If one of the possessors of this Kekkei Genkai is strong enough, they are even capable of copying someone's moves, abilities, but within a limit, although that move could be used for any future battles as well. The rest of the Kekkei Genkai are still limited to a few members of the family who can use it." He started pacing around the room, stopping right next to me. I felt uneasy. He stood there, staring. "What's your problem?" I said, my face filled with disgust. "Blood," he answered. "What? You're bleeding." He pointed to my wound. "Let me fix that for you. Don't you dare touch me," I said, moving away from him. I began bandaging it with extra layers. He headed back to where he was standing before, at the far end of the table. "You know, Amaya, I asked Sasuke to figure out if you had a mark only held by a Nakarusa. Sadly, he told me there is none on your body." "My body?" I said, angrily. "You're the one who told him to bug me for these 2 nights." I felt like tearing him limb from limb, make handbags out of his little creepy crawlies and selling them. "Yes," he said with a big grin. "Bua." I groaned. "I'm leaving." I began storming off and out, but then... "Wait, you haven't heard your mission yet." I turned around. "Do you really think I care?" "I know you do, Mia." I stopped. "How long has he known?" "Amaya." "My name is Amaya." I replied, annoyed. My back facing all of them. Orochimaru chuckled. "You've been with that name so long, you actually forgot who you are. What are trying to get at?" I turned, still annoyed. There's no point in pretending anymore. I glared at him in suspicion. The room fell silent, everyone waiting for one of us to respond. Suddenly, I could distinctively hear hissing sounds. "No." Orochimaru stood there grinning, waiting for me to react. I held my breath and continued to stare him down. The snakes got closer. His smile stretched wider. The hissing got louder. Dozens of them slithered towards me. I stepped back nervously. They were coming from nowhere. They started surrounding me. Closer. And closer. I could feel my heart race, sweat slowly dripping and my breath becoming heavy. It was getting hard to breathe as I paced back trying to avoid them. One by one they made their way up my leg. "No." I trembled. "No. No." The higher they climbed, the louder I screamed. I tripped. Each of them attacking me, crawling, slithering, suffocating me. I panicked, swinging my hands trying to get them off me. "Ah!" I screeched in panic. The snakes had ripped through my bandages. Instantly, they lay dead on me. I removed them off, frantically. I tucked my head into my legs, my hands holding tightly over my head. I was visibly shaking, panting for a normal breath. No, no, no. I whimpered, silently. My head was pulled back upwards from my neck, forcefully and by cold hands. I was panicking. I breathed frantically. What is he planning to do? He turned my head to one side. No. 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 I mumbled. His neck extended. My eyes widened in fear. No. I glanced over at Sasuke. The look he gave me was stern, but at that moment I realized. I can't let Orochimaru win. No. I screamed, tears streaming down my face, slamming my hands on the floor. A wave of dust and dirt blasted around me, along with the ground jolting upwards into spikes, creating a barrier. Sasuke, Orochimaru and Kabuto were bashed against the wall. Dozens of scrolls, books and glass fell, smashed to the ground. I unsteadily took to my feet, almost falling back down. They all sat there for a while. Sasuke and Kabuto stared at me wide-eyed, while Orochimaru chuckled. What is he thinking? I was still trembling. Sasuke. Orochimaru grinned. Show me the mark. Sasuke looked a little rattled, but fine. She is none. Sasuke said, indifferently. Okay then, show me the place where I told you the mark will be. He said like this was a game and we are all here just to amuse him. You're talking about my wrist, right? I said, still trying to catch a steady breath. Here then. I shouted, stretching my wrist out clearly so he can see. You're not an Akarusa, but you are Mia. He stated, plainly. I was still shaken, but I knew I had to calm down a bit. I took in a deep breath and wiped the tears from my eyes. I can act like my normal self now, it doesn't matter anymore. What? Why? I snapped. Being me doesn't mean I had to agree with his statement. Is it because I'm afraid of snakes? Because if that's all you got, then you better just drop the topic now. I said. You're not afraid. You're terrified of them. So I retorted. A lot of people have the same phobia. I stated, angered by every word of his. That's true, but before you joined the Anbu I used to monitor you. Occasionally, he said, tilting his head slightly. My face fell. My lips parted. I just found out yesterday that you're Mia. I lost sight of you when you joined the Anbu. Wait, what were you doing spying on me in the first place? I was getting annoyed by the whole idea. I got a tip from a reliable source that you had some extraordinary ability that he thought would be of some use to me. He said, proudly. Oh, how considerate, sarcasm. Ever since then I have been keeping an eye on you, he continued. That's so wrong on so many levels. Since when? She asked, scornfully. After that incident that left you and what was left of Team 11 in the hospital. And if I remember correctly, it was in the same hospital and day where it was decided that you would join Team 7. From there on I have dropped by to take account of your progress. He's been watching me. My progress. I learned a couple of things observing you. He confessed. Like you are extremely close to Sasuke and he trusts you. I could feel my blood boiling. Who does he think he is? I focused my chakra. I'm going to kill you, you hear me? I screamed. Anger rushing, overwhelming me. Ha! No you won't. Orochimaru chuckled. You think I'm joking? She erupted. If you were anyone else, I might have felt threatened. You don't know what I'm capable of. I threatened. I know full well what you're capable of doing. His eyes gleamed in contentment. I know he's doing this to make me angry. Yeah, how do you know? Please, explain it to all of us here. I was being sarcastic. I really didn't want him to talk anymore. Your chakra level isn't the same as that time, and the source that gave me the tip also told me that you've never killed anyone. I narrowed my eyes, thinking. Who is this source he keeps mentioning? His statement was only half true. I couldn't believe that a root member never spilled blood. It's only true that you never intentionally spilled blood, but it's happened, hasn't it? He paused for a bit, observing my reaction. I don't have to tell you anything, I retorted. First Orochimaru spies on me, and now there's this freak who has nothing better to do than to, well, spy on me. I was now enraged by his continuous annoying voice and accusations, not to mention the snakes. It all took me back. This is no different from when I was small. People kept blaming me for murdering someone I never even met. He continued, it is true that you have killed a S-rank nin, one that the Leaf have themselves had a hard time with. You managed to not just injure but cause his death. Which is pretty applaudable, seeing as you were a mere genin at the time. And that is the very day I got interested in your skills. Even during the Chunin exams, stage 2, I wanted to take you in like I did Sasuke, but you were too stubborn and terrified of snakes that before I said a word, you were halfway across the bordered ground of the forest. I hoped every day I would never see you again. I admitted. This time I almost succeeded if it wasn't for that stubbornness, and maybe next time, well. As fate had it, in the end, you came to me. Here you are, standing in front of me or working for me. Taking Sasuke was one of the best decisions I've made, cause either ways I win. He was really getting on my nerves. I'm leaving, I declared, not turning back. I didn't stop. Until. Don't forget why you came here in the first place, Kabuto finally said. Sasuke. I can't let it happen. Glancing at Orochimaru in disgust. No, I can't let it happen. While I was thinking, Sasuke started storming out. He was obviously angry. Sasuke, this mission should interest you more than anyone else in the room, Orochimaru shouted out. Sasuke stopped a little ahead of me to the door. He slowly turned, passing glares at me then at the other two. Now that I have both your attentions, I can continue our initial discussion. The Yakurusas. They have been said to be almost as extinct as the Uchihas, but that is just a rumor, I heard. Truth be told, I know they are alive as you or me. They only deal with the cages. Their life is very reserved and restricted to their village. He let out a sigh. I have spent a great amount of my time trying to find the village, and do you know what I came up with? He shifted his glance from me to Sasuke. And he's continuing like nothing's happened. He just tried to curse me with his stupid seal and is going on with his discussion, but there is clearly something mentally wrong with him. Anyone, I'll tell you. Nothing. Nothing except a legend that said there was once a village that got destroyed due to a conflict between the Yakurusas. They were a group of people who could penetrate through Yakurusa's defenses. That's what they say. All but one was killed. A little girl has said to be concealed in a crystal-like cocoon somewhere in the forest. I am almost certain that I have found where. I need the two of you to find her and bring her back to me. Orochimaru, this doesn't interest me at all. Sasuke turned to leave. So impatient. Allow me to continue. Hidden within the Yakurusa clan is a shrine where all the forbidden scrolls and powerful jutsu secrets in history are locked away. It's a sad fact that only an Yakurusa or any clan member can enter the village, and practically no one is allowed inside the shrine except for its keeper. The whole land on which the village stands is a danger on its own. And how will finding the girl help you? I asked, curious. I had to pretend to be interested if I had any hope of getting out of here with my sanity. I felt slightly dizzy. She has a very special ability. And what's that? I can't tell you. And why not? Don't take it personally. I'm not telling anyone my reason. I have heard a lot of things about you, Orochimaru, but from what I've heard, you don't usually talk as much as you did today. Why is that? That's why. What? I don't get it. You constantly ask questions, never satisfied with just taking orders. And because of this, it has become necessary for me to explain. He said, annoyed. I was just thinking you want the scrolls in the Hikari no Kakurazado, hidden village of light, right? So she must have a way to get there or inside. I was trying to figure this out. I started to think, wait, you said the Yakurusas are practically extinct, so how do you tend on getting in? No one except a village member can get in, right? And that even if they have the entrance symbol. He narrowed his eyes at me. I never mentioned anything about a symbol, he said in suspicion. He didn't. I have to think of something. I'm an informant. I hear things. I know some things about the Yakurusas. I'm not scared of him knowing more about my clan. The only thing I am worried about is if he finds out about me. I knew the only way to get out of here without Orochimaru following me is to agree to his task. Orochimaru, fine. I'll go on your mission. I agreed. Anywhere is better than here anyway. Well, then what about you, Sasuke? Turning to Sasuke, waiting for the same answer. Fine, he said with a thin grin. I could tell that Sasuke was very interested in the whole idea of getting his hands on those scrolls. I have one condition, though, I said. And what's that? Orochimaru curiously asked. I want to go alone. You can't do that. Orochimaru replied, seriously. Why? I'm fully capable. Because I don't trust you. He said plainly. You trust Sasuke? I said, raising an eyebrow. No, but more than you. Then let Sasuke go alone. That can't happen either. Why? I shook my head, my shoulders shrugged up. Because he's not a sensory ninja. Now before you ask me any more questions, just go. You can grab your supplies on the way back if you want, he negotiated. I'm not asking your permission. I was going to anyways. I snapped. The only thing you two have to do is look around this area. If you find her, bring her back here to me. He started explaining and pointed to a place on the big map laying on the table. That place is located in the Land of Eclipse. This girl and the Yakurusa clan are in the same country. That's it. I inquired. Mia, let's go. Sasuke was halfway out the door. I raced after him. Who do you think you are? You can't tell me what to do. I slammed the door behind, shouting at him. A new encounter. 3 hours later. Times. We haven't talked at all during the whole trip. I glanced at Sasuke from time to time. He was a little ahead of me, leading the way. He leapt from branch to branch with such determination stamped on his face. Overall, of course, I was still angry at him because he crossed a line. I made that mistake once and I won't make it again. I assured myself, confidently. Back in those 2 years when I was working for the Anbu. I'm still working, but I was alone back then. Anyways, one day I came across an amazingly looking wolf. Didn't expect me to say that. Moving on, that wolf saved my life. So, I agreed to keep it along with me. It clearly wanted to stay. Well, I started treating it like I would any other animal, with love and care, and I used to play around with it, ruffle its fur, stuff like that. Now here's the weird part. It turned out that it was a human using the transformation jutsu. He apologized for tricking me for so long and he said he couldn't lie to me anymore. Of course, I was in utter shock. I was angry, no doubt, but if you were in my place, you would have forgave him too. He was drop-dead gorgeous, I mean what you call gorgeous tilde, then he was apologizing so sincerely that I had to forgive him. Well, one thing led to another and in the end he betrayed me. He was using me to find out some information. He also was a spy, sent to gather information on me. I will never make that mistake again. Asked for Sasuke, he has always been a friend to me and there is no way I can think of him as anything else. Now, the thing that annoyed me with Sasuke is that instead of trying to convince me, which I admit is a hard job to do, but still, he lies to my face. Acting nice didn't work for him, playing with my emotions doesn't, won't ever work, so why try these useless methods? I just hope he's learnt his lesson. He can't get me to do anything he wants if I don't want to. We stopped. Reaching a huge river flowing rapidly, crashing against consecutive zigzagged set of large stepping stones, making a path across to the other side. Sasuke got to the other side, no problem. Then I slowly made my way. The stones were so slippery and the water smashing against my feet and ankles didn't make the task any easier. I slipped. The water started carrying me, drowning me. I didn't know what to do. It was getting hard to breathe. Water made itself to my throat. I managed to cough it out. I thought I was a goner until I was pulled out from behind. Oh. I coughed out along with a bunch of water. I turned to see who saved me. And there were a pair of beady slits staring at me, scaly skin and a long menacing body. I chocked. I didn't say a word and ran. At least, I tried to run. I was grabbed by the arm by someone. I was too much in a panic to care who. Let go of me. I said, not looking back, just trying to get away. Mia, stop it. Sasuke's voice rung in my ears. I turned around. There he stood along with his summoned snake. Ah! I screamed. I pulled away, pacing very quickly backwards until I neared into a tall, huge stone. I fell to the ground, shoving my head into my legs. Get it away! Get it away! I started to scream frantically. I told you SSS she wouldn't approve my help. An unfamiliar voice spoke. I peeked up. I only saw Sasuke and his snake looking down at me. I'm gone. I heard the snake say, hissing away. It spoke. I yelled in fear and disbelief, once again tucking my head into my legs. Stop this nonsense and get up. Sasuke ordered. Is it gone? I looked up and said with a tremble. Thank goodness. I let out a long sigh. What the fudge were you thinking? I snapped. You know very well that I'm afraid of snakes and still. Ooh. I groaned, placing one hand on the stone behind me to assist me in getting up. I stopped midway, staring wide-eyed, blankly ahead. Sasuke. I stuttered. I think I found her. I declared. Where? He asked plainly. Behind me. I stood up straight, turning around. I started observing the huge smooth stone. This looks nothing like a crystal, I said, pointing out the obvious. What makes you think she's in there? He asked sternly. I'm not sure it's her, but I feel a heartbeat, not to mention we are standing in the land of eclipse. She was maybe put here at night. What does that have to do with anything? I turned to Sasuke. You haven't heard. The land of eclipse is a land of secrets and danger for a very good reason. You see, I started to explain. In the land of eclipse things are hidden. Like for example, we arrived in the morning, so we will be hidden in the night. Only a very skilled sensory ninja, maybe, will be able to sense us. Otherwise we are completely invisible and unknown. Same goes for this stone, but might as well be a crystal cocoon, but there is no way of telling for sure until night falls. Plus, I have no idea how we are going to get her out. I was interrupted by a smashing sound which flew right past me. A girl fell out, unconscious, crystals grown into her face, arms and legs, dark blue, long, straight hair tied into a ponytail, simple clothes and a delicate face with a red cloth tied around her forehead. She looked like she was around her early 20s. Now what? Sasuke began to pick her up. What are you doing? She asked sternly. He ignored my question. Sasuke, put her down this instant, I demanded, standing in front of him, blocking his way and holding onto his arms. We can't take her back to Orochimaru. Honestly, I didn't think we'd find anything here. Mia, move. Sasuke, no. After some thought. Sasuke, at least allow me to try and revive her, please. I begged. There was no way I would take a young unconscious woman and hand her over to Orochimaru. I haven't stooped that low. He laid her down in front of me. I used my healing jutsu on her heart to see if I could regulate her pulse. When I first sensed it in the stone, it was pacing pretty slow. While healing her, an aching pain crawled out of my upper right arm and blood started to flow out. I was getting really dizzy. To be honest, I wasn't supposed to use this kind of jutsu in this state. No food for one day, 7 hours and 32 minutes really takes a toll on my chakra. The area started spinning, my vision blurred, I felt like I was about to collapse. I shook my head rapidly to shake off the feeling. Sasuke was just concentrating on the girl's condition. No, I'm fine. Thanks for asking, I grumbled, sarcastically. Glaring at Sasuke. He glared back. It was sorta like a staring at glaring contest. Neither of us blinked nor did we look away. Until She rubbed her head in confusion. I noticed the crystals had fallen out. She's awake. I cheered. I was really happy. Hi, I waved and smiled. She smiled back. My name's Mia and that over there is Sasuke, I said. Hi, I'm Ayumi. She seems sweet. There is no way on this earth are we handing her over to Orochimaru. Where am I? She asked, slightly confused. We are in the Eclipse country. Her eyes widened. How'd I get here? I gave a thin smile. We have no idea. I confessed, sheepishly. Mia, we have to get going. Sasuke interrupted. Fine. I pouted. Ayumi was getting up, but I couldn't. I was too weak to. Sasuke. I moaned. What? I can't get up. What do you want me to do about it? Help me. I retorted. Here, let me help, Ayumi offered. She tried, but it was no use. It's not possible, I'm too weak to stand up. Ayumi sympathetically looked at me. I'll be back. She smiled and left into the forest. For some reason I trust her. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would abandon. A while later she came back with a bunch of apples. Here, she smiled and handed me an apple. She offered Sasuke one, but he refused and she took one for herself. Thank you, I was grateful. Before either of us took a bite, Sasuke interrupted. Mia, didn't you say things here aren't what they seem? Yeah, why? How do you know those are apples? I examined the apple carefully. Good point. I agreed. Ayumi had already finished her apple and she was already getting started on her second. How was it? I asked, curiously. Good or why? She smiled, a little confused. Did it taste like an apple? Yes. She nodded. Oh, okay then. I took a big chunk out of the apple. Yummy, it's delicious, Ayumi. It looked like an apple, but how did you know? It's an apple. It looks like and tastes like it. I was a little skeptical. You can be sure with anything here. Let's test her. What can I give her? I looked around and noticed the stone that she emerged from. It looked like a stone, not a crystal, so. Ayumi, look over there. I pointed to the stone. Can you please tell me what you see there? It's the crystal I was locked in. All I saw was a stone. Can you describe it for me, please? I don't see why I have to, but okay, it's green with a hint of blue. It's very shiny and pointy. It's one huge crystal with several small ones to its side and it's broken from center. All I see is a gray, moldy rock. I ate one more apple and attempted to get up. This time it wasn't so hard. Can we go now? Sasuke sounded annoyed. You two go on ahead, I'll catch up. I need to go talk to someone. I stated. Who? Someone. I hesitated. Mia, he scolded. My cousins. We are coming with you. Why? Wait, I know. Fine. I rolled my eyes in defeat. Ayumi, do you want to come with us? I asked politely. Sure, it's not like I have anywhere better to be, anyway. Ayumi. Mia and I walked 2 steps behind Sasuke. She didn't seem much of a threat. Sasuke, on the other hand, I have to keep an eye on. I need to figure out their intentions. Was it an accident or did they mean to free me, and if that's the reason, I need to know why. Can't even. Fast forward 15 minutes. So, let me get this straight. I was a little puzzled by her whole story. You and your parents fled from your village, safely, but while running away you all got attacked, then everything went blank and next thing you saw was me. That's how it went. For the 10th time, Mia, yes. Ayumi answered with a cheery tone, though sounding slightly annoyed, but what can I do? Sometimes I'm just slow. So, what's with you and Sasuke? Ayumi asked, teasingly. She clearly wants payback for bugging her. Me and Sasuke are just really good friends. Are you sure? Yeah, why? It's just the way you two treat each other. The way we treat each other. I repeated, more confused than ever. You two are just too comfortable with each other. Too comfortable. All her words reminded me when Sasuke came close to me. Way too close for his own good. Nope. We are friends. Just friends. Are you sure? Sure as I've ever been, I said confidently. Then your friendship is truly something to be envied. I don't get it. It takes a long time before anyone can get that comfortable with someone. We've been friends since we were kids. I mean, that's like 7, 8 years now. If I can't be myself with him, there's no hope for anyone else. Exactly. She grinned. I still don't get it. It's nothing like that. Yeah, we are just friends. I said. Right, Sasuke. I cupped my hands over my mouth, calling out to him. I tried to ignore the questions popping up in my head. In a flash, he stood in front of the both of us, stopping us in our tracks. I'm not your friend, he declared, trying to make his point. Ha, you coming all this way here just to say that we are not friends only proves that we are. She argued. Or, Sasuke, you consider us friends if finally you admitted it. I was trying to bug him. His annoyance always brought me great joy. He ignored, his face twitched, and he started ahead as usual. Wait, this isn't the way to the village. Sasuke. I began shouting out. Where are you taking us? Because if we are heading for the village, we are going the wrong way. He stopped, turned around with a clear vibe of "What the hell did you just say?" was written all over his face. Why didn't you tell me? He snarled. Don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know, it's a pretty clear sentence enough. Besides, if we were by the river I'd know where to go, but from here I have no clue. He was most definitely angry. See, you mean you can't call the way we treat each other something to be envied. Aha, she agreed, but I could tell there were doubts in her voice. Sasuke and her just stared at her, blank-faced. I wanted to laugh, but that would have been rude, but seriously, Sasuke is above and beyond my comprehension. I just don't understand him, he's just so hard-headed, you know. What are we going to do now? I whined. Sasuke started heading back. He looked like he was trying to recall the path we came from. Where are you going? She asked. And he ignored me, as usual. Sasuke. She's so annoying. I didn't want to waste any more time. I needed a way to get to that village of hers. Suddenly, someone was pulling on my arm. I turned around. Before I could speak, she placed her hand over my mouth and gestured me not to say anything. I let him go, thinking he'd got the point. I had sensed some people passing near the area. I didn't want anyone to know we are here. The people were quite far, there were 3 of them, and I couldn't sense who they were. I signaled the 2 of them to follow me. I was leading them away from the people I sensed. We can't afford any trouble, not in my condition. I looked back at them to make sure they are following me. Suddenly I bumped into someone. I didn't know you missed me that much. A familiar voice spoke out. My eyes widened. I was too afraid to face the voice, because I knew who'd it be and I didn't want it to be him. Of all the people. Mia, he gently turned my face so I could meet his gaze. Kanden. I pulled his hand away, viciously. Don't touch me. I snapped and backed away. He was pretty tall. I mean, I reach up to his chin and I'm just 5 feet 1 inch. He had short dark brown, slightly spiked hair. His build was amazing. Snap out of it. He had a welcoming smile and his personality was mostly one no one can stay angry at. But I can't stand him. I recognized the 2 others that stood beside him, Jace and Easton. Kanden, that's not fair. You had your chance with her, it's my turn. What did he just say? I will choke him. Jace, another hard-headed hunk, with black hair, more spiked than Kanden's, and fuzzy blue eyes that any girl who met him instantly would fall into. They were dreamy. Snap out of it. I haven't seen him since I was young, when my uncle and I went to visit the village, the day after my 5th or 6th birthday. He was a real pain back then, and I'm more than sure that he hasn't changed, seeing that he smirked at my reaction and that tone he used when he spoke. I stood beside Ayumi and Sasuke, and in the most unnoticeable manner, I cut my palm on both my hands with my nails and grabbed onto one of Sasuke's and Ayumi's. Then I cut into a small part of their hands and placed a blood seal on their chakra. This way they won't be able to get anything out. Easton whispered something to the others. Has he found out? Easton was good-looking, slender, but still looked like he could hold his own in a fight. He had silver eyes and shaggy white hair. He was part of the special ops, like the rest, and as such he also had one of the family's Kekkei Genkai, which is chakra reader. This is not good. Really, Mia, you honestly think a blood seal will stop us? Jace said, pleased with the information Easton had gathered. I didn't want to fuss with them, they weren't worth it. Ayumi, that's your name, right? Easton said. Ayumi was stunned. We all were shocked at how he knew her name. Why don't you come with us, we'll take you back to your parents if that's what you want. He continued. Okay, what is going on here? How is he able to read her chakra? I sealed it. While we all were paying close attention to Easton's words. Jace neared me, casually, you know, I missed you. I flinched, backing away from him. Who do you think you are? I retorted. He once again neared me, Mia. He placed his hand on my cheek, his sapphire eyes gazing into my dark brown ones. He brought me close to him, placing his other hand around my bare back. You look so beautiful, his eyes gazing into mine with such enthusiasm. His hand on my cheek brought its way to my chin, bringing my face up, as his face came closer, too close. You're kidding. Things we hope to find. Ayumi. My parents. My name. How do you know I want to find my parents? She asked. He didn't reply, just smiled. Few seconds later. We know who you are. We've been looking for you for some time. That's all he said. I could tell he wasn't going to tell me much. He turned towards the young man with dark brown hair, Camden. Where's Mia? I looked around and noticed her and Jace were together, very near to each other. Well, it looked like only Jace wanted her, that close. I turned to see Sasuke's reaction. He looked uncomfortable, irritated, maybe. Mia, on the other hand, looked extremely annoyed. Even though I think Jace is out of line, but I have to admit they make it cute. Mia's hand clenched into a fist she pushed away and... He was knocked a couple feet away from her. She punched him. That was bold. I didn't think she was capable of being that expressive. Ouch. I mourned. My fist was aching and my wound started bleeding again. He's gonna get it. I blowed out a sigh. If you ever get that close to me again, either of you, I pointed back and forth from Camden to Jace, I will beat those pretty little faces of yours so bad that your own mother won't be able to recognize you. I warned, and these weren't just empty threats, I meant every word. Jace grinned, feisty. He admitted, messing with his jaw. He's just asking for it. He was getting on my last nerve. Oh. I'll give you feisty. I pulled my daggers out of its holder and was about to charge. I could sense he was preparing his chakra. Enough. Sasuke commanded, responding by placing his sword between us. After he saw that we weren't going to take any further steps to annoy him, he placed his sword back in its scabbard and was about to pull me away from them when... I never knew Jace or his little gang too well. To be extremely honest, I didn't know them well at all. Jace and Camden were chakra manipulators, like me, but that's all I had to go on, but that still wouldn't have stopped me from taking either of them down. If only Sasuke didn't get in the way. Jace suddenly came between us and grabbed my hand. You've hurt yourself. While examining the redness on my knuckles, he noticed the blood dripping from my bandage. He immediately glared at Sasuke, and as a usual response, Sasuke glared back. I'm going to heal this for you, he offered. No thanks, I said, narrowing my eyes in anger. I can't stand him. For him to help me, it's like letting him into my life. Both of them, they are so. You know what's going to happen if you don't heal the wound. Jace reminded. I know, but I'm not about to ask you for any help. You both are to stay as far away from me as possible, and neither of you can hurt me the way you did then come on to me, so frankly, like everything's fine. Camden, you betrayed me, and Jace, you called me a murderer. You did kill her. Jace replied, plainly. You knew it was coming. Camden said, as if it was all my fault. Everything was my fault. Everything's not my fault. The thought pestered me for a bit. I have done so much wrong. Could I truly be held responsible for things that were never in my control? I shook the thought away. Now's not the time to think about that. Both Jace and Camden had shamelessly admitted to hurting me, for which I couldn't stand breathing the same air as them. Stay dash, I tossed Jace's hand away from my arm, away. I can't do that, he smiled, looking down into my glaring eyes and again taking hold of my hand, holding onto it more firmly. Jace, let go of me, I commanded, trying to pull my hand away from him. Like I said before, I can't do that. Suddenly a white huge blow flashed in front of me and Sasuke, knocking Jace to the ground. Sasuke quickly pulled me away from the creature. I tripped over a stone which caused me to fall. My mouth flew open. Right in front of me stood a huge taunting creature, fur raised into white spikes. I couldn't get a good look at its face. It was hovered over Jace, growling. It then shifted its attention to me. The creature looked so menacing. The creature then pounced on me. All of a sudden its expression changed, it looked more tame and it laid its head on my thighs, waiting for me to pet it. On closer inspection, it can't be you. I was literally shocked. How is it possible? I know you. I could. I went wild playing around with its now fluffy fur. It was still huge, but I recognized it. It was the kitty bunny critter from before. Wow, the food did wonders for it, if only it could do the same for me. I was always a little insecure about my height. I was always the shortest in and out of the academy. I got up. I wanted to check if everyone was okay, everyone except Camden and Jace. They would get the wrong idea if I helped them and never leave me alone. So your pet to the rescue, he said, like he wasn't at all shaken by the sudden assault. Stop it, okay? Just stop. I didn't want to hear it anymore. He wanted to come near me, but I could tell he was reluctant as my pet didn't seem to like him. Mia, you won't forgive me. His voice sounded hurt at his eyes. Don't give in to the temptation. No. I won't, I said, plainly. Not after how he made me feel, not after all those tears. I was just a kid. He was too, but it was terrible, the taunting was terrible. You hurt me and that can never be forgiven. It's not my fault. It is. You didn't have to make me feel that way. You didn't have to go around reminding, telling, spreading the rumor that I killed someone and they believed you. They believed you because they knew you. They didn't know me, so all I got was fake smiles and scorning, disgusted looks. So you weren't. His words were cut off. Weren't what? A voice said, approaching. Now what? I turned over my shoulders to face the person who spoke. You three were supposed to be back at the HQ an hour ago. A woman approached behind the young man and directed the three to leave. You shouldn't be out here this long. Ryu is in no mood, so I suggest you head back to the village before. Ryu. After I heard that name, my mind went to overdrive, trying to figure out if this man could he be. Mia. The woman said, turning towards me. The man named Ryu also took notice, but he didn't seem to care. If that's the Ryu I know, then she must be Noemi. Easton felt compelled to speak. She has an Uchiha and an pun with her. I'll deal with it. Head back to the village this instant before I suspend the three of you. Wow, some command. The surprising part was that they obeyed without question. Impressive, he must be a higher-ranking operative. He can't be Ryu, I mean not the Ryu I know, right? Ryu-san. I wanted to speak, but was interrupted. Please love drop, no formalities. Only Ryu calls me that, it is him. Love drop. Ayumi inquired. I could feel my cheeks heat up. How embarrassing. Yeah, them when we were little and I met up with my cousins, Noemi. I gestured to the woman with long dark brown, silky knee-length hair, deep brown almond eyes and a delicate smile. She's usually a calm, relaxed person, and the same goes for her brother. And Ryu, fit to fight, handsome, like most of my family, stern but still gentle features. Noemi wanted to be a designer, I continued, and her favorite occasion was when there was a wedding. So she made me and Ryu dress up and play wedding. I was 6 and Ryu was 14. He always reluctantly agreed. He used to call me Love Drop just to tease me. Soon after, it became a habit, but up until I heard it right now, I never had a problem with it. But I have to admit, I was an adorable bride. Mia, you're so full of yourself. Noemi said. What? I said sheepishly, smiling. What's wrong? No hug? Ryu asked. Nope, and not until you stop calling me Love Drop. It truly is an embarrassing nickname. Not going to happen, Love Drop. Why does my family keep giving me weird nicknames? Fine. I'll hug you, but only because I haven't seen you in forever. I gave him a huge hug. I really did miss him. There is seriously nothing better than family. What, no hug for me? Noemi asked. I went over to give her a hug too, when suddenly... Oh. She smacked my wound. Did that hurt? She asked with fake sympathy. Yes, so of course it did. Why in the world would you do that? It was paining immensely. Why didn't you tell us you were hurt? Better question, who did this to you? My bet's on the Uchiha. Ryu assumed, darting a glare at Sasuke. I can't believe it. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and they are already assuming Sasuke caused this wound. Wow, they are good. Seriously, I was so impressed. Then I remembered. I shared my own scornful look at Noemi. All because I didn't tell you doesn't mean you make it hurt more and leave the Uchiha out of it. I demanded. Okay, no need to get testy, come here and I'll heal it. Noemi knew I didn't want to talk about it, so she did what any good cousin would do, drop the subject. Sasuke. They are definitely related. I wondered. Why did he immediately assume it was me? They're all better. I noticed something though. Noemi concluded, after wrapping a new bandage around my arm. What? I asked, indifferent of the answer. Your chakra is really low. When was the last time you ate something? A while back, I ate a couple of apples. Firstly, that's not a meal, and secondly, may I say, talking to you is much harder because of the seals you placed on your friends. I'm not letting you remove the seals if that's what you're suggesting. I stated clearly. Relax, I'm just saying that it would be easier for us to get a better understanding of how our little cousin has grown. I'm not removing the seals and neither are the two of you. I said, sternly. She sighed, fine. Why did you assume I hurt Mia? Tell me. Sasuke demanded to know. He finally speaks. Ooh, can I tell him? Noemi got excited. Noemi, Ryu and Easton are just a few members of the village that have the chakra reading ability. I started explaining. I wanted to tell. Maybe, next time, Noemi. Ryu said. A chakra reader can read the chakra signature in a different manner than a chakra manipulator. You see, I could tell Yumi and Sasuke were equally interested in knowing. A chakra manipulator is one that can detect and edit another's chakra, whereas a chakra reader, you can say, magnifies a person's chakra. They all seemed confused, even my cousins. How do I explain this? Well, okay, chakra flows through our whole body. It is used and reused by our limbs and organs. A continuous flow like blood with a limited amount. A chakra reader can magnify and look through the layers of chakra to expose someone's past. They read chakra like it were a memory. My cousins read Easton's, Jace's and Camden's memory chakra, so they knew what was going on. Like, I could tell Jace had doubts about the wound being Sasuke's fault when he glared at Sasuke after noticing the blood, and I guess that same doubt was read by Ryu. Get it? I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but... Noemi teased. Some chakra readers can show the past to others through genjutsu. I raised an eyebrow, real juicy. I sarcastically stated, moving on, it's limited to information gathering, whereas manipulation can do more physical damage. But you know what they say, information can be the most strongest weapon against anyone. If only I had that ability, I would be the best informant that ever lived. Love Drop. Don't call me that. If you don't mind me interrupting your little moment here, you and your friends have to come back to the village with us. Why? We didn't do anything wrong. Plus, the last place I should be going was back to my village. Jace, Camden and Easton aren't the type to let anyone off so easy. You three have to come with me so I can handle this with the elders. I was skeptical and it was clearly written on my face. Love drop, what's wrong? Don't you trust us? It was the way he spoke that made me more uncertain. Maybe it's just my imagination. I turned to face Sasuke and Ayumi. What do you guys think? She nodded happily and Sasuke seemed indifferent of the whole thing, but I knew he wanted to go. Fine, we'll come. Ryo and Noemi took us to the northeastern part of the country, which was full of clear fields and beautiful greenery. Herbs and tons of different floras grew in the vast area. The look, the smell, all of it was so pleasing to my senses. Even approaching the rocky mountains that barricade the village was a sheer sight of beauty and strength. Much like the villagers themselves, I thought. Strong, beautiful, stern, disciplined, but overall, kind, secluded from the outside world. Protected by those who are chosen by birth to be their guardians. Life is so weird sometimes. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Life chooses for you and you just have to follow where it takes you. The strangest part is everyone is always watching, waiting for you to either make or break yourself. Just around this hill. Ryo assured. The kitty rabbit, Azura, as I named her, was snuggled closely into my arms as we passed through, approaching a gigantic gate, beautifully engraved to blend into the surroundings. Azura was a calmine. It is a creature which can change size, as my cousin had explained, which is why it is now tiny, fluffy and oh so cute, tucked in my arms. Did you know, Noemi said, wanting to start a conversation, that no one but the villagers can even get past through the mountains because of a very special shield put up by the elders. All of us listened with great interest while staring at the magnificent structure. It was much bigger when I was younger. And shield. I never had any problem with a shield back then and not even now. What is she talking about? And if they manage to get through the mountains, she continued, which is not likely to happen. They can never get through the gates because... Ryo placed his left hand on a marking on the door, his chakra became visible and lightened up several other markings, which in turn opened the smaller gate attached to the huge one in front of us. Because they don't have the seal, Ryo said, raising his left sleeve, showing a marking like a swirled S with 3 small triangles above and 4 at the bottom. The gates opened elegantly. To greet us were 2 guards. One of them stood in front of us blocking Sasuke, Bayumi and my way, while the other was addressing Ryo and Naomi. Ryo-san, Noemi-san, forgive me, but I must ask you, who are these outsiders and for what purpose are they here for? Guru, relax, these are my guests and I take full responsibility for them. Very well, they may proceed. Hisao, let them through. The guard standing in front of us nodded to his colleague and let us pass. We walked through the village passing several shops, clothes, food, shoes and tons of other shops. People greeted us with smiles. They all wore elegant gowns and were very respectful of our presence. They don't get much visitors here. A little away from the shops there were medium-sized houses, traditional styled. I noticed those 3 were waiting for us, Eastern Shirab, Kanden Kasei and Jaiseki. They don't even seem like they belong to the village, they are so proud. It's disgraceful. We are here to escort you to the Elder's Tower. Easton said. We meet again. Jace was talking to me, but he was cut off by Azura's growling. He narrowed his eyes at her. I personally didn't want to speak to any of them, so I stood back near Sasuke and Ayumi and let Ryo do the talking. I know where I must take them. You will not tell me my duty. Ryo said plainly. Sadayo-sama has asked us to. Kanden felt the need to mention. Fine. Ryo agreed. One thing you cannot do is disobey or disrespect an elder's orders or them in general, because if you do, the whole village will not only hate your guts, but also defend their honor. The elders are extremely respected inside and out of the village. We neared the huge tower. It was graceful as much as every structure here. Inside, after passing through several halls and a few staircases, we arrived at a large, practically empty room, aside for a few large vases in the corners, a long table near the end of the room and a few cushions. There were 3 doors, one of which a woman walked through. Her gown was graceful and beautiful and had a lot of embroidery on the bottom end, but that was it. The rest was plain silky white, white as the silvery hair on her head. It wasn't because she was from the Shirab family, it was just because she's old. My grandmother. Sadoya Akarusa. Ryo, the boys have given me some interesting information, is it true? She asked plainly, making sure her voice was stern and direct. Yes, Sadoya-sama, he said while bowing his head out of respect. And which is she? He raised his head and turned to me with an outstretched hand. Mia, come here, he requested. I approached forward. Sadoya-sama narrowed her eyes. Her expression told me that maybe, just maybe, she didn't like me. Innocent face, she examined and picked up my hand, gently, and continued, delicate features. Boys, are you sure? She turned to the trio. I turned to them, confused. Why, what is she asking them? Camden and Jace nodded their heads. Sadoya-sama turned to me and once again to them. You both are certain? They once again nodded. Certain of what? I looked at them with an expression that asked, what are you up to? Mia. Sadoya-sama called to me as she wanted me to face her. Yes. I looked at her nose because I didn't want to stare in her stern eyes. Where is she? A familiar voice asked, practically barging into the room, but still professionally, calmly. We came as soon as we heard, a sweet, kind, familiar voice stated. Grandpapa. Grandmama. There she is. My dear. Another's voice said, entering through the other door. Grandfather. Grandpapa and Grandmama came directly and hugged me tight. Grandfather stood next to his wife and gestured me to come over to him. He pinched my cheek and hugged me with one arm over my shoulders. After the greetings, they all stood beside Sadoya-sama. You look so grown up, Grandpapa said. You look like your mother, but at the same time, you don't. Grandmama gave a gentle smile and continued, it doesn't matter, you are very beautiful. May I continue? Sadoya-sama asked, rhetorically. You are to choose between Kanden Kasei and Jaiseki, who you wish to marry within 2 years' time, before your 18th birthday. I knew she didn't like me. Really, Kanden? Jace? Shooters? Internally I was screaming so loud, I could literally feel my heart crack and sink. I can't let this happen. Sadoya-sama. Yes, she said, staring at me sternly. Oh. I don't want to. I was interrupted by Ryo. Sadoya-sama, excuse me, as she doesn't know what she's saying. Please pardon her, he asked sincerely. What are you doing, Ryo? I don't want to marry any of them. Noemi pulled me back and asked me not to speak another word about the subject. Sadoya-sama was clearly upset by what I had said, and she didn't at all bother hiding it. I looked over to Ayumi. She was just as confused and shocked as I was. Then I glanced at Sasuke. He looked impatient about the whole thing. She glanced at me. Very well, make sure it doesn't happen again. Of course. He bowed his head. My dear, Grandfather said, where have you been all this time? They don't know. I glanced over to Camden. Both Camden and Jace smiled at me. My face twitched. Never going to happen. Camden didn't tell you? I asked curiously, sounding all innocent. Tell us what? Grandpapa asked. I met Camden months back. He knew I was alive. I thought he would have told you all by now. The elders of my family stared at him, surprised. All except Sadoya-sama. Camden told me, and I will discuss the matter in the coming hours. Sadoya-sama said. She turned to me. For now, Mia and your guests, she glanced over at Sasuke and Ayumi, are to make yourselves comfortable. I am assuming Noemi has some accommodations ready for you. Yes, Sadoya-sama. Noemi nodded and bowed her head. Now you all may leave. Make yourselves comfortable for the time you have here. The way she said the last words sounded kind of threatening to me, but maybe I was too annoyed by the fact that I have to marry Jace or Camden, which put me in an awkward, irritated mood. Tilda at Noemi's place. Tilda. My head ached. I was sitting on the sofa completely stressed. My head in my hands. My body leaning forward. 2 years. I can't. I won't marry any of them. Not now, not 2 years from now. Not ever. Maeve asked something. Ayumi said in her normal sweet cherry voice. I raised my head from my hands. Face gloomed. I leaned on my legs with folded arms. Sure, shoot. I tried to sound cherry and less annoyed. Who are those people to you? How did they know about me wanting to find my parents? I know it's none of my business, but I thought you hated Camden and Jace. How could your family think of getting you married to one of them? What is going on? She sounded more in panic than I felt. The last one is a very good question. What is going on? I let my words drag, then I continued, let me explain. Let me introduce you to my family. My village. My people. I took a long sigh. Honestly, there is a lot I don't know about my own family, but I can tell you a little that I do. Hours had passed. Noemi was in the kitchen making dinner. Sasuke had went outside. Ryu went back to talk to Sayato-sama. Noemi and Ryu are my second cousins from my mother's side. Sadoya-sama and her husband, the man that stood next to her, they are my paternal grandparents, and the other two were my maternal grandparents. Ryu and Noemi are brother and sister. Like Easton, they have the chakra reading ability. I'm guessing that Easton read your chakra before I could place that seal on it. That's why they knew a little bit about you. I paused to take a deep breath. Camden disguised himself as a wolf a couple months back. After I found out he was a human, he tricked me in falling for him. That's his ability. He can willingly play with people's emotions. Anyways, he was spying on me. Finding out all he could and reporting it back here, I assumed, since Sadoya-sama knew about me. So yeah, I took another deep breath. Remembering all that just got me more annoyed. Jay started a rumor when we were little that I killed someone when I was but a baby. Which makes no sense to begin with. But yeah, he started a rumor and people talked behind my back, secretly hating me. It was too much for me to take, too much for any child to take. I remember this clearly because when I went back home that day, I was crying so bad. But my uncle knew how to handle me. He told me something that truly changed my perspective. It was that you have to be the moon of your own darkness, and well, that's pretty much it. I pursed my lips as my gaze wandered the room. We both sat in silence. All of a sudden, Mia. Ayumi gasped. I turned to the direction Ayumi was staring at. Out the window I saw an orangey-red light flaring in the distance, brightening the dark night sky. One thought crossed my mind. Where's Sasuke? Tilda at the side of the fire. Tilda. Sasuke, Jace and Camden were standing in the center of a huge flame that encircled them. Sasuke. My voice bellowed in the roaring flames. He can't hear me. He looked injured. What are we going to do? She asked, panicking. Ayumi wasn't sure. She was as freaked by the whole thing as I was, and Noemi seemed like she was trying to figure it out. Noemi, do something. Please. I begged. I couldn't stand to see Sasuke that way. He had bruises and his chakra was practically at its minimum. Camden and Jace looked beaten up. Mia, Noemi called out to me. Yeah, I felt the heat of the flames on my body. All I could have think at that moment was why, how and what was Sasuke doing in there in the first place? Don't you know water-style jutsu? Yeah, so. She replied with a really kinda look. Then it snapped to me. I need to put out the flames with water. I tried dousing the fire with one of my water jutsus, but the fire was too out of control, brewing viciously as the wind rose it up to its highest, making it impossible for my jutsu to be of any effect. No use, I grumbled. What am I going to do? Sasuke. Through the dancing flames I noticed Sasuke looking weary. Jace, you better have not. Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Sasuke. I cried, running into the fire, covering my body in a water barrier. I managed to get through. My hands trembled as I lifted his head to my lap. Sasuke. My voice dragged. His body temperature was gradually rising. What's happening? I held him tightly. I tried to cool him down by pouring water. It didn't help. I tried using ninjutsu. It was useless. I didn't know what to do. Across from us I saw Camden and Jace picking themselves up. Staring at me. Staring at the tears that were forming. Sasuke's sick and there's nothing I can do. I looked around, hopelessly. I can't even take him to Noemi because of the fire. Soon after, I sensed Ryu approaching. He is an elemental, so I was slightly relieved. Rai managed to put out the fire with ease. He looked angry when he came near all of us. At that point, Noemi and Ayumi quickly rushed towards me and Sasuke. "What's wrong with him?" Noemi asked, concerned. "He's burning up," I said, trying to control my tears. "Mia, Camden and Jace, come with me," Ryu commanded. We all turned to Ryu. I didn't want to leave Sasuke. "I can't go. I can't leave Sasuke in this state." Noemi stretched out her hand, offering to take care of Sasuke while I'm gone. I wasn't sure to leave him, but a crowd had formed around all of us. The people looked puzzled. There was chatting. Constant flow of indistinguishable voices filled the air. "Mia," Ryu said impatiently. I gave Sasuke to Noemi and quickly headed towards the Elder's Tower with them. I kept looking back, even after Sasuke and the others were out of sight. It didn't take long to get there. No one talked to anyone along the way. All I could think of was Sasuke. My mind stressed over and over again that before entering the main room I started crying. I didn't care what anyone would think. I didn't care what they would say. I have a friend who needs me and I'm here for what? "Come in," Sadayo-sama's voice called from the inside. I forcefully put on a straight face because in the back of my mind, that is how I was taught. To show respect and never let an emotion of such slip out. We entered. All the elders sat at that long table. Sadayo-sama sat in the middle. "Let me start simple. What happened?" she asked. I lowered my gaze because honestly I had no idea. The Uchiha attacked us. Why would he do that? I became defensive. Sasuke was after the scrolls. If he wanted to know about the whereabouts of the shrine, he would ask me. Wouldn't he? Jace didn't answer. I wouldn't trust her words, Camden interrupted. I looked at him with clear annoyance written on my face. She chose the Uchiha over her own. She cares for the Uchiha more than her own. What are you trying to imply? Grandmama asked. Simply this. She didn't think for 1 second to help us, as we were also injured during tonight's incident, and she refused us plainly as her suitors, that even in front of our respectables. Come to the point, son. She loves him. She loves the Uchiha that tried to destroy our village. They seemed stunned. I didn't know what to do. I started to wonder what I was doing here. Ever since I arrived I felt helpless, vulnerable, obligated. I feel like I have to live up to some expectations. I am part of their family, but I'm not one of them. Sadayo-sama and respected elders, if I were to be so bold. Camden said. They nodded. I've noticed that she feels greatly for the Uchiha. She's worried about him, she was crying out in the hall for him. She loves him. Now, her emotion is changing from sorrow to anger, and that can only mean. That's enough, we get your point. Grandpapa said, gently. I could tell Camden wasn't too happy by his interruption, but Camden tried his best to hide it. I would like to hear Mia speak now, Grandmama said. Yes. Explain yourself. Grandfather said. I was too upset, too angry, too worried. Not a minute, not a second had passed without me thinking of Sasuke. I need get done here, so I can go see how he's doing. Thank you, I said, modestly. It seemed appropriate. I will tell you everything. I took a long breath. Pardon my frankness, but it's true, everything he said about my feelings is obviously true. I admitted. It is also true that I love Sasuke. I paused for dramatic effect. As a really good friend. Sorry, I had to say something to lighten the atmosphere in order for me to explain properly. I said, slightly embarrassed by the way I behaved. I did cry, I continued. I cried because he suddenly fell to the floor, his body temperature suddenly rose. He's my friend, so of course I'd worry. It was like he was poisoned. I continued. At the last sentence, I glanced over to Jace. Jace and Camden are responsible, they both are trying to ruin me and everyone I care about. I accused. How do you know we had anything to do with it? He could have been ill before he came to the village. Jay said, plainly. I'm emotional, not naive. I retorted. Do you have any proof? Sadoya-sama asked. While leaving, I pulled out a small empty bottle from my pouch and held it up to show them. Jace dropped this. Each of the elders stared at the tiny bottle. May I see it, dear? Grandmama asked. Yes, of course. Also, if you don't mind. Can you please tell me what is exactly inside? I know it's poison, but I'm not sure which poison it is. Grandmama nodded, certainly. After some silence, some examining, it's Uchiha poison, which is only grown in this area. Let me take a look. Grandfather asked to look at the bottle. She's right. If I don't convince them, then... Grandfather, you know I'm telling the truth about everything. I turned to him, asking him so he might help me convince the rest. He nodded. What do you mean they want to ruin you? Sadoya-sama asked notably. To tell you that, I have to start at the beginning. I really don't have time for this. I took a deep breath. Months ago, while on a mission, I came across a black wolf. After a short while, it got strangely attached to me. Dear, what does this have to do with the situation? Grandpapa asked. I'm getting to that, I replied, politely. The wolf after a while revealed himself to be Kanden. Yes, it was all so awkward. How long back was this exactly? Grandfather asked. About 7 months. They all turned to Kanden. But that is a little beyond my point because I truly and wholeheartedly, I admit it, I loved him. I truly did. He tricked me by disguising himself as a wolf to get close to me, but I forgave him. I smirked. But in the end, he betrayed me. Later I found he was sent to spy on me. So everything that happened between us was false, fake, pointless, and a waste of my time. Who sent him? Sadoya-sama asked. That's what I haven't been able to figure out. I dumped my mind into the topic for a while, then continued. I don't want to marry him. Please understand. As far as my feelings are concerned, I simply think he's not worth me. To end the topic, I have no interest in Jace either, especially after he poisoned my friend, and I don't think I ever will. Their proposal still stands. They are still your suitors until further notice, do you understand? Sadoya-sama declared. Sadoya-sama. She ignored my plea. Now, who takes responsibility for the Uchiha? She asked, turning towards me and Ryo. I do. I said, stepping forward, cutting Ryo off. He's my friend and I should hold his responsibilities. Sadoya-sama. Mia shouldn't dash. That's enough, Ryo. Kanden, Jace and yourself must leave as we discuss a punishment for her. After hearing the punishment, I hurried back to Noemi's house. Sasuke's illness still banged in my head. I got to Noemi's house. When I opened the door, Ryo sat on the sofa. He looked tensed until he saw me. I went in and when I was about to say something, he embraced me, holding me tight. What's wrong? On second thought. My heart broke like glass, my breath choked in my throat at the first possibility that popped into my head. Tears rapidly started to flow. I didn't sense Noemi's, Ayumi's nor Sasuke's chakra. Where's Sasuke? After recollecting myself, I gently pulled myself away from him, looked him in the eyes and asked, where's Sasuke? You're okay, I was so worried. He held my face in his hands. Placing my hands over his, I asked again, where's Sasuke? He's with Noemi, he said, reassuring me. I took a huge sigh of relief. I didn't know what I would do if anything happened to him. Where is she and what about Ayumi? They both left with Sasuke from the village. It's not safe for you here. You must go with them. How's Sasuke? He shook his head and said, I have no idea. Where are they? She asked. I wanted to go find them. I needed to know if Sasuke was okay. Noemi said they would be somewhere near the fire country to the south. There's this big waterfall. There would be a cottage somewhere near Konoha. Just get to the area and try sensing them. I think I know where you're talking about. Good. Now hurry. You shouldn't stay here much longer. Okay, I hugged him and quickly went on my way. I didn't want anyone to know I was leaving, so Suna no Tsubain. I was engulfed by the ground and ended up exactly where I was supposed to be. I was near the waterfall, but due to that jutsu taking up too much of my chakra, I wasn't able to sense anything in great distance. So I wandered around trying to get a hold of one of their chakra. I couldn't believe the day I had. I met my cousins. It turns out I have to get engaged to probably one of the two people I hate the most, and they continue to annoy me by poisoning Sasuke, then still expect me to marry one of them someday. I mean, really. Sasuke, where are you? I hope you're okay. Please be okay. After walking few more feet. Finally, I had sensed Noemi's chakra and quickly rushed to the source. I found myself at a little cottage in the middle of the woods. I rushed inside. Before I got to the door, Bayumi had already opened it for me. We were getting worried. I was appreciative of the consideration, but I needed to see Sasuke. Where is he? I asked, peeking around the place. He's in here. Noemi's voice called out from a room. The place itself didn't have much furniture. Sasuke was laid down on a mattress on the floor. Is he still? I asked, nervously. I'm afraid so. What do you mean? I stuttered. I knew I was about to cry if I didn't hear some good news. I tried everything. Let me see him. I forced my way towards Sasuke. I couldn't stand seeing him this way. I sat down next to him. He had a wet cloth on his forehead. I re-drenched it and rubbed it around his face and neck. What am I going to do? Do you know what happened? He was poisoned. That's good, she said with hope in her voice. I narrowed my eyes. What do you mean that's good? Sasuke is here sick as well, someone very sick, and you think that's good? I scolded. Mia, I meant because it's poisoning, it narrows down our problems, widening our solutions. So you know how to help? Maybe I just need to figure out which herb caused this. It's Uchiha poisoning. So Uchiha plant, that's not good at all. What do you mean? Uchiha is very rare and very tricky to heal. There is an antidote, but what? I asked anxiously. The plant itself grows in the highlands of the Eclipse country, and although it can be found in some herb shops, there is no way to get it in time. In time? Noemi, don't scare me. What can we do? I'm not sure. It's already past closing time in most places. We sat there in silence. There was nothing I could do but worry and pray that he gets better. From time to time I retrenched the cloth and placed it again on his forehead. Ayumi finally entered the room. What happened? You didn't find anything to help him. I heard from the other room that you figured something out. We figured out what's causing his illness, we know how to cure it, but we don't have what we need. She looked genuinely worried. She looked around to see if there was anything to calm or assist the situation. Her eyes caught on my pouch. What do you have in there? She asked. Some supplies and herbs. You don't think you have what we need in there? I haven't thought of that. I started emptying my pouch, herbs, bandages, cotton, head protector, tape, and last the bottle ordered by the Hokage. What's that? She inquired. Oh. That's a solution Tsunade-sama ordered me to get. What's in it? She held it, almost dropping it. I panicked. Be careful. The herbist said that solution is pretty hard to come by, so please don't drop it. Noemi took a look at it. I was focused on Sasuke. Mia, I turned towards Noemi. She had a big grin on her face. This is it. Really? You're joking. It is. But it's for the Hokage. No offense, but the Hokage isn't in a state near death, and if you haven't noticed, your friend needs it more. Besides, tomorrow you can get her another one, right? Right. I was so relieved. Finally some good news, AMD. All I have to do tomorrow is get some more. I hope they have it. Noemi mixed the solution with some of my herbs and gave it to Sasuke to drink. She had to force it down because he couldn't do it himself. I hovered over his head, stroking it, whispering, "You're gonna be okay real soon. Don't give up on me. Don't forget about your revenge." "Revenge?" Noemi asked, slightly curious. "It's a long story, but so far that's what keeps him fighting, so I thought it might encourage him to stay alive." "I see." I could tell she didn't get it, but I knew she didn't want to talk about it anymore. "Anyways, how long will it take?" I asked, curiously. "Not completely certain, but one thing's for sure, he won't get any worse and slowly he'll be healthy again in no time." "Thank goodness." "There's one more thing." "What's that?" "Someone has to constantly pour chakra and heal him." "I'll do it." I volunteered. "Okay, you'll have to eat something first. Your chakra is pretty low. In the meantime, I'll start healing him." "Okay, I'll be right back." Ayumi showed me to the table where a whole meal was already plated out. She sat across me just to keep me company. "Ayumi, thank you so much," I said graciously. "It was no problem, really," she said sweetly with a smile on her face. "I need to tell her." "Ayumi, I'm sorry." "For what?" "You haven't done anything wrong. Please believe me when I say it was never my intention to let anything happen to you." "What do you mean?" "I don't think I understand. The reason why we came looking for you in the first place and released you from your cocoon prison was because we were ordered to." "I see. By who?" "You might not know him, but he's a dangerous, scary-looking snake-loving creep. Pardon my language. The only reason I joined him was so I can keep an eye on Sasuke." "And what was it he specifically wanted?" "He wanted your ability to see and open hidden and lock things so he can get his hands on the scrolls inside the shrine in the Hikaredikure." "What? You brought somebody who has such an ability into our village?" Noemi shouted. She was listening from the other room. "That is not the only thing I'm sorry for." "What else?" Sasuke was equally interested in obtaining the scrolls. Which is why I knew he couldn't have started the fight back there in the village because he was miles away from anything that had to do with the shrine itself. "Mia, you brought in Pun and someone who wanted to get hold of the forbidden scrolls. What were you thinking?" Again she shouted from the other room. Ayumi seemed thoughtful of the matter, so she didn't reply. After I was done eating, I immediately went to take Noemi's place and started healing Sasuke. Neither of them talked to me for the rest of the night. "Noemi." It was getting late. I moved around to make sure everything was okay. The light of the lamp shone from inside the room Mia and Sasuke were in. I peeked inside. She's still at it. Though, looks like she's going to fall asleep soon. It's a good thing he's okay now. I wanted to see how long she'll last, so I didn't disturb her. Tilda at dawn the next day. Tilda. "Sasuke." I laid my hand on top of my head was paining. Last thing I remember was fighting those people from the village. Then something happened, everything started to fade. Next thing I see, I'm in this room and I look down. Mia. She was sleeping, her head laid on my chest. She was laying halfway on me. She must have fell asleep, but what was she doing? I felt something moist touching my neck. She was holding a cloth in her hand. What happened? Confused and dizzy, I sat up and placed her on the mattress. It's so quiet when she's asleep. Tilda that morning. Tilda. I got up and rubbed my eyes. I fell asleep. I was worried. Where's Sasuke? He was leaning against the edge of the door with his usual "I don't care about the world, leave me alone" expression on his face. He's okay. I let out a sigh of relief. I was extremely happy. My joy was cut short when... Idiot. That snide comment wiped the smile clear off my face. He didn't seem to care much and turned around to leave. Immediately I rushed towards him and hugged him from behind and snugged my head to his back. You're the idiot. I pouted. I held him tighter. Who told you to go and start a fight with them? Why in the world did you leave my sight in the first place? I let go and took hold of his collar. If you do that to me again. You'll what? He cut me off. He loosened my grip and walked away. Where are you going? I demanded to know. Come to the lair later. Why? He ignored my question and left. Where is he off to? Noemi asked with a plate of food in her hand. He apparently has somewhere to be. I replied, pouting. So, in the end he didn't take me. Ayumi said. Yeah, I guess he didn't. He must not care anymore, Noemi guessed. I hope so, then that's one less tension for me to worry about. I said. I sat at the table and began eating breakfast with the girls. You and Sasuke are closer than I thought. Noemi nodded. I had a big chunk of bread and egg in my mouth. It was filled like how a squirrel's cheeks would be. I swallowed. What are you trying to get at? Nothing, just that you like him more than you lead others to believe. I took a piece of bread and fed it to Azura, who was sitting on my lap. They brought her here with them before they left the village. Both of you, please stop. I honestly don't know how many times I'll have to tell you. Ayumi giggled. She was a sweet person, but this is getting out of hand. She is just encouraging Noemi to bug me more. You can deny it as much as you want, but we both saw how you cuddled Sasuke so sweetly. Noemi teased. I was happy to see he was okay. I have been worried to no end. I thought I was going to lose him. He's all I got. I let my words take effect. He's all you got. What am I roast beef, sitting here? I'm not dead yet, Mia. You still have me. I smiled. You know that's not what I meant. Sasuke is all I have left as something. I was trying to find the right word, precious, of the past I had with my uncle. She realized how hurt I felt remembering that past and having to explain that pain only made it worse. I'm sorry, I forgot. I won't bring it up again. She said, gently. Mia, why don't we hurry and finish our breakfast so we can go get that bottle for the Hokage? Ayumi said, happily. I knew she was just trying to cheer me up. I'm already on it. I said. They looked confused. What do you mean? Noemi asked. Oh. I got one of my clones to go pick one up. One of your clones? Yeah, it seemed more efficient. She would use the teleportation jutsu. So in no time at all, she would be back with the bottle of Arikia. So now we wait. Ayumi declared. I guess. I said. Tilda and now later Tilda. She didn't get it, I panicked. The herbalist said they were all out, and when she asked where she might find another one, he said that there isn't any for miles. Don't stress. We'll just use your special jutsu and we can find one in no time flat. Noemi, it's been an hour and I'm worried about Sasuke. I need to go see him. You're so clingy, she stated. Noemi. I whined. I got an idea. How about you use your teleportation jutsu to transport us to the Eclipse country so me and Noemi can go and find the herb. After we get it, we'll take it to a herbalist where he can extract the solution from it, then we'll meet you at Konoha. Whenever you're ready. Ayumi suggested. Great idea, but there's no need to take it to a herbalist. I know exactly how to extract the solution from the plant. I've done it tons of times. Noemi agreed. How did you know I was from Konoha? She asked. When you were taking things out of your pouch, I noticed the Konoha symboled head protector. Oh, okay. Then it's settled, we'll meet at Konoha. We all headed out. Completely packed and prepared for anything that might happen. I transported Ayumi and Noemi with one of my clones so they can get back easily, and I went on my way back to Orochimaru's lair. What a joy. I arrived at the entrance of the cave. Something felt different. I had this gut feeling that something was wrong. I had to be cautious as I entered. Immediately I sensed Sasuke. The cave was darkened and quiet. The whole place seemed dead. I simply followed the source of Sasuke's chakra, and as I got closer, I could get another chakra source coming from the exact spot I sensed Sasuke's. What is going on? I used some matches I had with me to light a couple torches. I kept lighting them along the way, and I finally got to Sasuke. Sasuke stood right in front of me, like he was waiting. His clothes covered in blood. My mouth parted, eyes widened and tears began to flow. This can't be happening, not again, no. Tilda meanwhile in the eclipse country. Tilda. How far is it to the plant, Noemi? I'm getting tired. My clone whined. You're not even the real Mia and you're still annoying. Noemi said, just as tired. Yumi, don't you think we need a break? I asked, curious. Not at all. My village was full of mountains. It was a daily routine to go to the marketplaces through them, she replied, cheerful. Indifferent of the miles we have already traveled. I'm resting. I pouted and sat on the ground, refusing to move another inch. Mia's clone, we are doing this for you. So get up and get moving. Noemi demanded. No. I know I was being stubborn, but I was exhausted. Fine then. Mia and Yumi, you two stay here and rest while I go get the flour. It'll be much quicker if I go alone, anyway. We both agreed. Personally, I was glad I didn't have to climb that big mountain. My legs might have fallen off if I did. Mia and Yumi sat in silence majority of the time. I could tell she was still a little upset about what I said last night. Mia. She finally said. Yeah. I turned to answer. Did it ever cross your mind, I mean, if you had to, would you have given me to that person who wanted my ability? I mean, if you had no other choice. No. I'm not that kind of person to give in to things that easy. Just out of curiosity, if you had to choose between your friends and family in a life or death situation for them, which would you choose? That's a strange question to ask. It must have something to do with a past. I would rather die first before I ever get put into that situation. I admitted. That's deep. But don't you think that is the easy way out? Not at all. Sure, I'll be dead, but I would have a backup plan. I always do. Backup plan? Like what? It depends on the exact situation. After some silence. Why do you think the world is so unforgiving? What's with all the questions? Just curious. The world is weird. Like everything and everyone in it. What do you mean? Selfish, cruel, merciless and other negativity, it's all what the people become. It's wrong to blame the world, because we are the ones that shaped it in that way. On the other hand, kindness, sympathy, mercy is something that can't be ignored, so to say the world is unforgiving is being unforgiving to yourself because you don't allow yourself to forgive others, or in your case, what the world has done. How it has treated you. There's always two sides to one coin. Understand? I guess. Now I'm going to get some water. If I remember correctly, I got up and started heading west while still facing her. The lake was this way. I pointed in the direction I thought it would be in. Right? She asked. I think so. Okay then, I'll be back in. Where is he? Itachi. He held me by my neck against a tree, choking me. Where's Sasuke? I don't know. I lied. You were supposed to take care of him. If anything happened to him, He couldn't say it. He didn't want to say it, but he still continued. I won't let you live until... H-E-S-A-L-E-V-E, I chuckled out. I admit it was difficult to speak, but if I let him choke me any further I'd disappear. He let me go. What do you mean? He narrowed his eyes at me. Did you have to choke me so hard? She asked, coughing, rubbing my neck. Mia. He was getting impatient. I know he's not dead because I started the rumor that he was in the first place. I was careful where I stood and where I can escape if he tried choking me again. You know, I never saw you as the direct approach kind of guy. I said. Why? He said, trying to hide his anger. You weren't going to admit that you actually care about Sasuke. You weren't going to admit that you actually love your little brother and everything you've done was indeed for him. He was going to attack again when... Itachi, please don't. Ayumi asked, kindly. Trying to stop him from his next assault. I never mentioned his name. Tilda back at the lair. Tilda. Sasuke. I screeched, immediately examining his body for injuries. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Did something happen? What happened? Does this hurt? What happened? What aren't you telling me? Answer me, I said frantically. He didn't say anything, but after confirming that there was nothing physically wrong with him, I laid my head near his shoulder and hugged him. I didn't want to experience the way I felt when my uncle died. I didn't want to go back to that place where I lost someone very close to my heart. I don't think I can bear that pain again. You were right, he finally said with a smile on his face. I was completely puzzled. What happened? About what? I waited for him to answer. Orochimaru. Sasuke, what are you trying to say? I scolded. Is he dead? Did Sasuke kill him? Is that what he's trying to say, that this is Orochimaru's blood? He nodded with a smirk, like he could read my mind. Every emotion in my body was blended into panic, fear and worry. I didn't mean for you to kill him, I said, stepping back. I held my hands to my head, stressing over the fact someone is dead because of me. I couldn't think straight, I couldn't even look at him. I know I was being hysterical, but what do you want me to do? Sasuke killed someone because of something, I said. He's covered in Orochimaru's blood. What were you thinking? Why did you? This is, how could you? What are we going to do? What's going to happen when? I just wanted you to get away from him, not. Our lips locked. Sasuke. ____times______. Itachi. You know who he is? I asked, confused. I turned from Ayumi to Itachi and Itachi to Ayumi. Each of them continued to stare at the other. It was like I didn't exist. They ignored me, my question, my very presence there was meaningless. Neither of them spoke to each other, at least not in words. Soon after Itachi had left, Noemi came back too. The two of us sitting quietly, waiting for Noemi to return. Of course, I tried asking Ayumi about Itachi, but she didn't want to answer, so I dropped the subject and waited quietly for Noemi to come back, while thinking about the possibilities in how they know each other. When she finally came back, she started on the solution. After she was done, we headed for Konohagakure. ___times______. Why did you? My words stopped midway. I couldn't believe it. He just stood there, grinning, pleased. Sasuke. Sasuke, what did he just do? I looked at him once again. He could never feel that way about me. You played me, my words came out blank. You continue to play me. My voice billed, I don't like being played, Sasuke, so please stop this. I begged. He didn't say anything. He just stood there watching me fall apart. You want me to help you find Itachi? You want me to help you train? Fine. I help you, nothing attached. Now I'm just asking. Regardless of how I would feel about your answer. I want to know why. He cupped my face in his hands, then spoke those three piercing words, I love you. I smiled in disbelief. He could never love me the way. Not as long as he has that hate for Itachi. You're lying, I said, slowly removing his hand from my face. You're lying. I repeated, everything you do is because you want something. You're so selfish, Sasuke. He went back to his old expression and began to walk away, leaving me there just to wonder. To wonder why, to wonder how, to wonder if I misread him. Did I misjudge him? Tilda on the way to Konoha. Tilda. Mia's clone, I thought you were going to take us all the way to Konoha's gates. Noemi said in a serious manner. She looked clearly exhausted and extremely annoyed. Stop your whining, I declared. I am a little rested and ready to take this on. I was so full of enthusiasm and positivity. Besides, you're not the one who was practically choked to non-existence. Narrowing my eyes, I shifted my gaze towards her. For one, you have no right to be telling me anything about my complaining, she stated, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Then she continued, secondly, you were choked. She seemed extremely concerned. Her expression immediately turned to worry. It was nothing really, I reassured. My voice sounded slightly dry because of all the walking. To add to it, talking isn't as easy as most might think. So, taking a canister in my hands, which was hanging from my belt, I drenched my throat and satisfied my thirst. Noemi, I've been wondering. I was trying to change the subject. Yes. Ever since I came back, you and Ryo have been immensely worried about my whole being. Like everything, why is that? You're our cousin. Why else? Now tell me who tried to choke you. I'm not telling, so just drop it. I didn't want to get Itachi in any trouble with my family, especially because he has made me extremely happy. Choking me made my day. I know it's a weird thing to think, but it's true. It just proves that Itachi is willing to kill for Sasuke. My main hurdle will be, how will I convince Sasuke? Thinking for a little bit. I shouldn't bother with it too much, it'll just ruin my whole mood. When I see him again, then I'll worry about it. After walking some distance and replaying the whole Itachi Bayumi scene in my head, I remembered I was right. Itachi did have some kind of girl problem back then. I have to bug him about it next time I see him. After walking for miles. Well, Mia, we're here. Konigakure. Noemi declared, distracting my thought and raising one arm for a dramatic emphasis. Now, Chestnut, if you need anything at all. You know, Ryu and I are always there for you, okay? She smiled, gently. Oh no, wait, what did you call me? Chestnut. W-H-E. Because it's cute. And it's not fair Ryu can give you a nickname and I can't. Do you honestly think I like the nickname he gave me? I said, pretty annoyed. Please. She was practically begging, it's such a cute nickname. Fine. You can only call me that if I get to call you Fluff Puff, I came back with. Her disapproval and annoyance on her face was enough to make me laugh. Top that off with the craze, out-of-place mess of hair of hers, compare that to her normal, proper perfect look, I could start a riot. I literally bursted out laughing. I had no idea what came over me. Fluff Puff is actually a name her father once called her when one day she tried dressing up in different clothes. I was there for a short visit. And she was dressed in, an oversized fur coat, and her cheeks were filled with a lot of her favorite food. So you can imagine how cute and fluffy she looked, though she despised the name. No. She declared, but I'm still calling you Chestnut. No, you're not, Fluff Puff. I said, teasing back. We argued back and forth on the matter. Ayumi. Mia is really something. She's able to bounce back from a situation with a lot of ease. Turning back to the gates, I took a deep breath and started thinking about Itachi. I can't believe he would do something like that. He's changed so much. I wish I knew what happened to him. Fine. Noemi finally gave in. Fine. I said with a wide closed-eye smile. Noemi. She was choked a few minutes ago and now it's like nothing happened. As far as I can tell, she's pretty free-spirited. She didn't have our type of upbringing. I know she tried to act her best, but she shouldn't have answered Sadayo-sama. Looking at her, staring at the entry of Konoha. I noticed her smile slowly fading, then turning to me she gave me another fade smile. Then again, she was just defending herself in a situation where she knew no one could help her. She's so stubborn. I shook my head to the thought. The three of us stood there at the side of the gates. Mia didn't want to go in just yet, she was waiting for the real Mia to come as directed. Poof. And just like that, in a cloud of smoke, the clone disappeared and the real Mia took her place. Mia, what's wrong? Her expression was set in a depressed, resentful way. Her gaze lowered. She seemed deep in thought. It was like she didn't even notice that I said something to her. Mia. I clasped her arm gently to get her to face me. She was trembling, her fist clenched. A hint of confusion was shown by the way her eyebrows furrowed together. An uneasy feeling escalated in the pit of my stomach. Something is most definitely wrong. Mia. Is it Sasuke? Did something happen to him? Answer me. I asked, trying to stay calm, even though I was getting extremely worried. Tears started to build up in her arm and eyes. Mia, what's wrong? I was getting really tensed. Azura shared the pain that was clearly sketched on Mia's face. She leapt from Yumi's arms and jumped into Mia's, trying to comfort her. As soon as she did, Mia let out a faint gasp, small smile and said, "I'm okay. Just tired." She tried to reassure us. "No, I mean." She lifted her head from Ozura to face me. "You must get back to the village, they are probably waiting for you," she said softly. "Mia, I can't leave you like this," she argued. She sighed and gave me a fake smile, failing miserably at relieving my worry. I said, "I'm fine," she said in a low, soft voice. "Now go, you're going to get in trouble if you stay here any longer. Are you sure you want me to go?" She nodded. "Okay, if you need anything, I'll ask." She cut me off. Before heading back, she thanked me. I knew that whatever happened had something to do with Sasuke. There's nothing I can do now. I have to respect her wish and head back to the village. I can only pray that I'm wrong and she's truly all right. Ayumi. Noemi left us, heading back to her village. We entered the gates without any problems. Mia didn't seem like talking, but I had to ask. "Mia, where are we going?" She gave me a closed-eye smile and replied, "First we are going to the Hokage's office because that's the only way we'll be able to help you." "Help me? With what?" I was slightly confused. "Finding out what happened to your parents, of course." I was surprised. I didn't think she would remember or was even paying attention back then. She had so much going on, like Jason's stuff, that anyone in her situation wouldn't care to notice such things. "Then we'll go find you a place where you're going to be staying," she added in a soft voice. It still looked like her mind was preoccupied with other things, but I knew she was trying hard to shake them off. She didn't seem like she was in any hurry to get to the Hokage's office. We passed several shops and stores. People seemed to be going on with their lives, unaware and unconcerned about the outside world, kinda like back in Mia's village. "Ayumi," she finally said. "Yes, Mia." "May I ask you something?" "Of course." I nodded once and smiled, and she returned the gesture. "What connection do you have with Itachi?" "Itachi?" When her clone disappeared, she must have got her experiences and the things she saw in her head. "We were." She patiently looked at me, awaiting for an answer, and we were together. I reluctantly said. "Like together?" She inquired, wide-eyed. I nodded, slightly embarrassed. She gave me another closed-eye smile, but this time it looked like she was genuinely really happy. "That's really great, and to think I thought he was going to end up alone forever." She giggled. "But honestly, it's not that hard to love him," she said, smiling. I raised an eyebrow, a little uncomfortable with what she just said. "I mean, he's good-looking," she continued, "strong and caring. I mean, him choking me only proves that." She explained like she had to convince me. Did she really have to use that as an example of his love and dedication to someone? I used to have a crush on him, and although I don't feel like that anymore, I still consider him no less than a brother. And you know, because of everything he's done, not a lot would feel that way about him, so I'm glad that some people still care about him. What does she mean by everything he's done? What has Itachi done to make people dislike him? I wasn't sure, but this wasn't the right time or place to ask her something like that, so to lighten the mood a little more, "You had a crush on him?" I asked, a little surprised, and because I knew Mia likes talking about that kind of things. Crushes, feelings. I truly wonder how many people Mia has who are close to her. "When we were little," she explained. "And like I said, good-looking, and the way he presented himself as a ninja was amazing, still amazing, but later I realized it was more admiration for his abilities than him as a whole, so yeah." "Mia, do you mind me asking you something regarding Sasuke?" "As long as it has nothing to do with any recent events," she said plainly. It's like hearing his name annoyed her in some way. "Who is Sasuke to Itachi?" "Wait." She seemed a little confused. "You were together with Itachi and you didn't know he had a little brother?" "I knew he had a little brother, but—" "Oh, I see, you didn't know his name." She cut me off, seemingly guessing and answering her own question. "I know his name, but—" She raised a brow and waited for me to continue. "I didn't think your friend Sasuke and his brother Sasuke are the same." I paused for a while because I just realized something. That means... She stood there wondering. It can't be, you can't be. I continued. Are you me? Spit it out. She demanded. You're that same girl that played with Sasuke in that man's backyard back at Itachi's village. My uncle's yard, she muttered out. Her expression immediately fell. Her uncle. Flashback. Ayumi and Itachi headed to his house to finally introduce his family to her, but first he wanted to see how Sasuke would react. So he did the logical thing and kept Ayumi outside waiting while he asked where Sasuke was. He's at Hideyoshi's house, playing with Mia. Mikoto said, stirring the pot of food they were going to have for dinner. I don't think it's a good idea to have mom or dad meet her yet. I need to ask Hideyoshi-sama for advice on what to do. He's cool that way, right? Itachi thought. Thanks. I'll go see him then. Okay, and make sure you remind your brother it's not nice at all to be fighting with girls. He will end up getting hurt. She said. She has such little faith. He thought. And tell him he better be home before sunset or else. She warned. He nodded and was about to head out. You better hurry, son, you don't want to keep that girl waiting outside too long. She said, plainly, peeking into the pot of food. He didn't respond. He just quickly headed outside, face flushed. Ayumi, he said, let's go have a talk with someone first. She nodded, with a smile. They both headed to Hideyoshi's house. Itachi knocked at the door and waited for a response. After a few minutes he knocked again. Are they home? Itachi thought. Soon he heard giggling, laughter, which was followed by screaming, Sasuke. That's not fair. You're cheating. A little girl's voice whined. The noise was coming from the backyard. Itachi led Ayumi with him to the back of the house to find a mid-aged man sitting on a simple wooden armchair while two little kids played their game. Uncle. Mia ran to her uncle, clenching his big hand in her little one, shaking it wildly. Sasuke is cheating. She complained. I'm not, Sasuke protested with a pout on his face. Mia pouted back. They started a breath-holding contest. Neither gave in until they were interrupted by a familiar voice. Mia, Sasuke, do you ever stop fighting? Itachi. Mia's face lit up. She ran towards him and gave him a huge hug. Oh. Thank goodness you're here. Sasuke is cheating. He keeps on telling me that I have a worm crawling on my hair just so he can cheat. Mia, Itachi said. The horror of it all. Can you believe a worm crawling on my hair? Oh. The thought. Mia dramatized. Mia. Itachi insisted on her attention, but... A worm is the scariest thing someone could say to someone. Worms are icky and slimy. Mia, he pulled a little green caterpillar from her hair and placed it in front of her. Itachi, she exclaimed wide-eyed, how could you do this to me? I thought you were my friend, she said dramatically. Hideyoshi-san, I think you should cut her off the books for a while, Itachi suggested with a smile on his face. I think you're right, son. But I must admit, she makes life a little less boring. He chuckled. In the meantime... Sasuke, I'm sorry. Mia apologized with a hug. Get off me. No. Why? Sasuke asked, tiredly. Not until you forgive me. Mia said. Fine, now let go, I can't breathe. No, she said cheerfully. Itachi went over to introduce the two little ones to Ayumi. Sasuke, Mia. He said their names to gain their attention. This is Ayumi. He said, Ayumi, this is Mia and Sasuke. He said, gesturing from one to the other, respectively. Hi, Sasuke said politely. Hi, Mia said, smiling while holding tightly to Sasuke. Then Mia scooted over to Itachi, Sasuke still in her tiny little arms, and asked, who is she? Itachi blushed, she's... He wasn't sure what to tell her. She's a teammate. We are going on a mission from here, but I had to talk to Hideyoshi-sama first. Oh. I see. She said, not seeming at all interested anymore. Let me go. Sasuke demanded, trying to shake away. No. Mia retorted. Itachi and Hideyoshi had already went inside to discuss about how to tell his parents about Ayumi. In the meantime, "Why won't you let him go?" Ayumi asked sweetly. "Because he's my teddy bear," she joked. "I'm your what?" "That's enough, let go," he commanded. "What's your name?" Ayumi asked. Mia blinked noticeably a couple of times, then said, "I'm sorry, but you're a stranger, and if I was taught anything, it is not to talk to strangers. Besides, didn't Itachi just tell her my name?" Mia thought. Ayumi thought her remark was pretty cute. "That makes no sense, you talked to Itachi and me and you didn't know us back then." Sasuke protested, like meeting Mia was a mistake. "That's because my cover was blown," she said cheerily. "I knew it. I knew it. Itachi." Sasuke started shouting out to his brother while Mia refused to let in. "She was spying on us," he continued, heading towards the back door of the house, dragging Mia along with him. Mia cheered. Ayumi thought the two of them were just adorable. She gave a closed-eye smile to their shenanigan,